Hello, everyone. Welcome to Ankara, Turkey. Day number 2 of week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty will be joining us from a studio in Nottingham. The final event on day number 2 is the women's free program. Sophia Jolene von Felten in the United States is in first place with a 68.17, but right behind is Mayuko Oka of Japan with a 68.03. Essentially, it's a tie. And in third place, Haruna Murakami of Japan with a 64.12. It's going to be an incredible event, but don't forget, Sophia Jolene von Felten has a quad salchow and 2 triple axels, and Oka from Japan has a triple axel as well. It's going to be a battle. 35 skaters from 30 nations. The women's free starts right now. Welcome back, everyone, to Ankara, Turkey. Day number 2, the final event, the women's free program. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty joining us from Nottingham as we fly over the facility here. Big celebration day tomorrow, Mark. It's like a national day, a victory day for Turkey. We'll see some marching bands and some great celebrations here as we welcome back into the arena. Mark, good to have you along all the way, and thank you always for your brilliance in the dance event because, as we take a look at the officials for this event, it's so much fun to be your partner because I don't have to do too much at that point and look at the technical band. But it's the women's free program. Should be good.
Yeah, and I think there is a huge kind of self-applied responsibility. Well, not even self-applied responsibility as we see the starting order for this junior women's free skate. We do feel a huge sense of responsibility to represent the skaters and the system and the sport as much as possible. So, the endless prep continues in earnest.
And we take a look at the start order for the event as the first group takes to the ice. I'm supposing that we don't have any more questions from our viewers.
No, I think I haven't been able to connect with the ISU social media team, but I'm sure those questions will come in. But what I have had is some questions that have come in into us through my social media, and a really interesting question from Mike Burgess, who was just explaining that they really enjoyed listening to the technical analysis of the sport, and I feel like the analysis that we're giving is giving them an understanding of the result, but what they don't necessarily understand is the program component scores. And I think it's tricky because we don't want to dive too deep, but what we should say is that in these events, generally the skater's score comprises roughly half and half of the technical element score, the jumps, the spins, and the step sequences, and the choreographic sequence, and then the program component scores. And that is skating skill, composition, and presentation. And there is clear criteria, and I have that in front of me right now, for which I could read out to you guys. But generally, skating skill, if I was to give a viewer such as Mike, who is an acknowledged non-skater, a concept for what would be easy to pinpoint when they're looking for good skating skills. Good skating skills generally, as a vast generalization, Ted, you might be aghast at what I'm about to say, but the more speed that the skater covers the ice with is a quick fire way of assessing their skating skills. Now, there's a lot more than that, and we could break down and do great deep dive analysis of how to create that. But generally, if you're a viewer new to the sport, if the skater has lots of speed and acceleration, generally they're going to be deemed fairly well in the skating skills.
Yeah,
fair to say, if I was to give a quick...
And I think I just want to add to that, just moving to one more step in the skating skills area, is that if you're seeing deep edges like curves and turning one way and turning the opposite way, so you've got speed and you've got the edges, the deep edges and the multi-rotational turns. Those 3 things would really make up most of what you need in the skating skills. As Mark said, there is more to it, but for the sort of naked eye, that's what you might be looking for. So that's one aspect. Carry on, Mark.
And then if we were to go into composition, which is actually the first of the components that is awarded by the judges of the 3 different categories that they have to give a score in. Composition, I think, again, now, I really need to caveat this, Ted, before, aficionados of skating are aghast at what I'm saying, thinking that I've just, dissected the sport and just come up with a few words to analyze what's so important. composition generally is choreography, and that's the way that the program is built in relation to the music. So if you can see when you're watching a piece, if you're not a skater and you don't know the sport that well, but if when you're watching a piece, you're engaged in the storytelling of it, then that generally suggests that the composition has been well considered.
Oh,
And then go, Ted. You're going to give further?
No, because I completely agree, and I think that was well said.
Oh, yay. And then the one component that we haven't discussed yet is the presentation. And that is really how well the skater delivers their work on the day. And this can be seen if we're looking at, again, vast generalizations at skaters performing. If they look engaged in their face and in their body, and they look like they are selling out and storytelling with their movement, that helps. And what's fair to say is that in this component score, the results of the technical element score can have an impact on this component. If a skater has lots of issues with the tech score, maybe they have falls, that can affect their presentation because the delivery of how the program comes across can be adversely affected. So they are a little correlated.
Oh, that was well said. Yeah. The sort of the Coles notes, as we call that in Canada. Coles notes are like the notes of a big topic, right, down into a summary. And I think that was very well said. And, you know, if you're a viewer out there and it's hard to sort of get all that information, you're going to get a sense of, although on television it's hard, a sense of ice coverage and speed, as Mark was talking about, and really that engagement with the music. Are they connected to it, or is it just a bunch of music playing while they're going up and down the ice, you know, jumping and spinning? So I think that was well said, but it takes practice for a viewer to take those three components, think about them as you're watching the performance, and don't get distracted by the technical. So it is a lot to do for a judge and for a viewer, but Mark, I think that was really well done and really well said.
Oh, bless you, thank you. And interestingly, I tried to be really narrow in the discussion of it, but actually this is the part of the score which I am almost most drawn to, and you can deep dive into it and you can spend hours and hours to discuss it. But also what I would say is that just the same way as we discuss a good technique, so like Ted and I can watch an axel takeoff and we can easily clearly define if that's a good axel technique, the same way as I can enjoy looking at just the way that a skater pushes in their first maybe 5 steps on the ice and see, or even 2 steps on the ice, and know whether or not they've been instilled with a good skating skill technique. It's perhaps less visible to the naked eye, but to those of us that have spent our life in the sport, we can make a judgment call within 2 steps, really, of the skating skill.
And it's a problem when we do that, because other people are left scratching their head going, what did you just say?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah.
Anyways, there's your Coles Notes version of that, and we'll try to, talk to that a little bit during these performances. And we have 35 women in this event. There are 6 groups, and here is group number 1. And there is skater number 1, 17-year-old Andrea Pazos Guerrera from Andorra. She had a 52.19 personal best last year in the free program.
Andrea Pazos representing Andorra opens the women's free skate at the Junior Grand Prix in Ankara. And she showcasing again a consistency like she did last year when she competed on the Junior Grand Prix, able to deliver what she's very much capable of, still at the periphery of getting the double axel and triples and electing to do what she's capable of and delivering it well.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example of a young skater that is in junior with, there's the double axel, trying that one multi-rotational jump and haven't mastered that yet. But the double-double combinations and the doubles throughout the rest of the program, good technique and a little bit loose in the air, but lands them consistently. She knows where she is in the air. Double loop a little bit later in the program, double lutz. So this is the level that she's at from a degree of difficulty perspective, and she consistently delivers that in competition.
And now for Andrea, of course, she'll be working in triple jumps, and hopefully they're close to inclusion. What she can continue to push for, as we see her shaping hearts, is to sustain those landing positions of the jumps that she's doing, fight for the landing position akin to what she sees of the likes of Haruna Murakami, who's in third place, I believe. Try to emulate that. I believe that'll be a quicker investment of her time for getting a higher tech score on the doubles that she's got than perhaps the inclusion of the triple jumps.
I think also, Mark, working off ice, as a lot of skaters do, the top skaters working off ice on the rotation position. There's machines and little gadgets that you can practice rotating off ice and learning to feel the ankles together and the knees together and the legs together, so that when you're in the air, you're at a very efficient flight position, if you will, a rotation position. And when you start to feel that, those multi-rotational jumps will come a lot easier.
Yeah. Gosh, I know that, there's in Canada, I've seen the rotation room. There are businesses created for facilitating faster rotation for figure skaters. So it's a whole business in creating fast rotation.
They really kind of started, I know it's bad to say, but it started in Russia. And those machines that were created, not started there, but they were involved in a lot of the centers, and they would have rotating kind of tables or stands, if you will, and have their little young children on that. And a lot of North Americans have engaged in that as well, and buy that machine or make those machines. And we put them in our top centers in British Columbia so that they can start the young kids learning how to rotate. If you're comfortable in the air, spinning quickly, that's going to make your jumping later on in your career a lot easier. Let's take a look at the scores for Andrea. 47.48, first skater out. Total competition score of 67.80. And there is a look at our next competitor, representing Brazil, 17-year-old Louise Dos Santos. First Junior Grand Prix event. She was 21st last season at the Cranberry Cup International, and 10th this year in the Mexico Cup.
And Louise, appropriately given her beautiful costume, will skate to the music by Nigel Hess, Ladies in Lavender. Well, Louise Dos Santos represents Brazil, and I think the good skate that she had allowed her to give that extra little bit of oomph and energy into her finished position, and she should be incredibly proud of herself, as is that person right there throwing the cuddly toy on for them onto the ice. And we've seen now 2 for 2 skates, and I think a fairly good reflection of what the skaters are doing. Louise skating pretty cleanly, and should be delighted that despite the mistake on the opening double axel, that she managed to come back with a second double axel, and that particularly satisfying given the fact that yesterday in the short program she popped the double axel and didn't manage to do it.
A very elegant skater, a perfect musical choice, and a wonderful costume as well, as we see the double axel at the top of the program. Good rotation, just not enough height or quickness to get the check out. Comes down the ice with the double flip and above the head. So once again, on the skater, mostly in doubles, nice double Lutz into a single loop, into a single axle. The reach with the arms, and here's the second attempt on this double axle. Gets a little higher and manages to stand up, and I think it's a downgraded in the system.
This was great, and she did that change edge Bielman as well before this, so a great array of flexibility and command of the blade really when she did that change of edge. And then here, as we look at the double loop, double toe, the jump technique is good. I particularly like her Lutz takeoff technique. I think it's great, and we return to that discussion regarding the rotation speed and the ability to amass that quick twitch fiber, boom, for the triples.
Yeah, and that a lot of that can be achieved off ice, as I was just mentioning. And you know, the earlier you can do that, the more that'll stay with you as you grow. Trying to do that a little bit later in your growth, in your maturity, you can still do it, but it's a little bit harder. So young skaters now, they do a lot of rotational exercises off the ice and on the ice just to get comfortable in that air position and efficient.
Yeah, endless off-ice rotation, just trying to assume that rotational position as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the scores for Louise Dos Santos from Brazil, 57.59. She's the second skater out, but that's first in the free program with an 84.57 total competition score. It's hard for them to hear. I can see she's concentrating and trying to hear the score.
The score.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Romania, 15-year-old Natalia Runcanu, third Junior Grand Prix season. She's coached by Simona Panga. She shares her training between Italy, the United States, and Romania.
Natalia Runcanu representing Romania, glad to have had some redemption. She had 2 falls in the short program on the triple jumps, and here now she has delivered 3 triple jumps and 1 double axel cleanly done as well. So given the limitations that she has in available ice, that a huge skate for this skater, who incidentally had said that given how little ice time she has, helps her to be so much more grateful for the chance to perform and share her love of skating.
Yeah,
so look at the triple loop.
And out of 11 of the elements, 10 are under review to check the rotation. But for her, it's a victory because she stood up on them. That's the triple sow, double toe. That is in on the quarter. But still, well done. Another triple sow cow, probably under-rotated. There's the double axel. Euler up into the double sow cow. Well done. She's on a run here in the program, feeling comfortable and confident and balanced in the air. Change combination spin near the end of the program. Level 1 with a V.
I suppose, Ted, as we look at Natalia's closing reaction to that performance now, we've discussed the need to improve the rotational position, and that obviously she's amassed to be able to triple, as they shout out to Simona, the coach, at home. Now for Natalia, what work can she do off the ice when she doesn't have access to the rink to improve the components? So maybe doing some extra ballet, maybe doing some extra dance training to just enhance her body control to help those skating skills.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing is skaters feel they have to always be on the ice to be a better skater, but your off-ice program, for those that don't have the same amount of time, you can't make up for it fully, but you can make up for it a certain percentage, maybe 60% off ice, working on ballet, working on core strength, working on rotation positions, even working with your music and your choreography and the emotion and the connection to it and all those types of things. There's a lot to be done off ice, and I think quite often skaters and sometimes even coaches say, well, you've got to be on the ice. Well, if you don't have the ice, you can do a lot off the ice.
Oh, so much. And a lot of then, which we haven't discussed so much, is the visualization. There's not just the physical action of working on your body for your physical improvement, but then a lot can be done through visualization or the study. I really recommend for Natalia to go now and study maybe the likes of an Oksana Bayul in 1994, or to study, let's think of something, Sasha Cohen for movement motivation to enhance her own skating skills.
Yeah, watching videos and understanding the movement, and then I don't want to say teaching yourself, but you know, you can't always be in a lesson. So the more you can learn on your own by analysis and what you want to look like and what you want to be like as a skater, you're going to help the coach, or the coach is going to help you. That is the best teamwork that you can possibly have in a partnership between coach and athlete. Let's take a look at the scores for Natalia Runcanu from Romania. 55.43 for the free program. That is second. The total competition score 83.36. That was also, for the moment at least, overall second place. And here is our next competitor representing Indonesia, Chilean Santana Wungso, 19 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. And she is the Indonesian Junior champion.
And Chilean will skate to a brilliant piece by the artist Regina Spektor, Après Moi. Chile Ann Wungso, representing Indonesia, completes the free skate, and she had some real investment in the musicality and the interpretation and the presentation. And it'll be interesting to see how the judges reward that, because of course the fatigue set in. It's understandable. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine now. Well, I can't imagine the pain because I've been there and done that, and it's horrendous. But for Chile Ann, her performance level dropped with the fatigue set in. Here, look at the fingertip extension, the neckline, the connection with the judges at the start of the program was fabulous. Of course, that diminished as fatigue set in, but big drive up on the double axel.
Yeah, she had good power in the legs at the top of the program. There's the second double axel, good reach back, gets that done. Is on the quarter on the landing in the judging system. The double loop, get that done as well. But lost a little power later in the program in the legs. That was a good flying camel, good flip over, good speed. And there's that heel move.
Yeah, great use of that. And we were talking last week with members of technical panels who were just acknowledging that this season, if the difficult blade feature is used, you must maintain control of the spin after it. As we see Chile Ann go for double loops. And at this point now, the legs were just done.
Yeah. A good job by Chile Ann.
Yeah,
solid program.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, for where she's at in her development, that was a pretty strong skate. And I think you can see that on her face.
Yeah, and we're hearing these questions online, which are wonderful, about the assessment and analysis of the scores that the skaters get. The skaters, they know what's necessary. Every one of these skaters will have watched Mao Shimada. They'll know the junior world champion. They'll know her quality. It's now being able to break down the differences between their movement and the likes of the leaders, and then find ways in which to make that progression, even with or without facilities of good ice time.
It's getting the moment in the kiss and cry.
In
a good skate, it's always a great moment.
Well, what I was just going to say, Ted, is that, you know, in terms of joy, we're going to see skaters later on who will win. Somebody's going to win gold in this competition. But whether or not any one of the other 34 women will display that much happiness at the end of the performance, I'm not sure. Yeah. And I'm here for Chile Ann Wungso's joy post-performance. Love that she's happy with what she's done and why she's here.
We talked about that early on in the Junior Grand Prix, is that a win is not about a medal. A win is a personal thing for the most part. Maybe for the top, the top skaters trying to get to the final, maybe a win is a different thing. But for these skaters here, a win is this better than last time I was out? Am I getting closer to being what I can be? Let's take a look at the scores for Chile Ann Wungso, 58.47. That is first in the free program. The total competition score of a 90.88, and that will put Chile Ann currently into first place. Take a picture. There it is, the top four skaters so far in the event. Our next skater represents Lithuania, Milana Siniavyte, 14 years old, Lithuanian junior silver medalist, junior national silver medalist, second Junior Grand Prix season.
And there we see some preparation for a Lutz takeoff, and it's a triple Lutz that Milana has. She's struggled in the short program, but she's certainly capable with the likes of those big jump passes to move up the standings. Lithuania's Milana Siniavyte skates a program that is real demonstration of the fact that she had a rough, short program, because here we've taken a quantum leap in terms of the technical element score. We've got 5 triples, a fall on the opening triplets, which was unfortunate, but certainly she's technically capable. And then we had good quality of movement as well. So Milana, certainly a misrepresentation of her quality in the short program, and good to see that redemption as she now has to pick up stuff.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good skate by her, and we'll take a look at some of the 4 elements were under review, but nothing has been, oh yeah, the triple salchow was under-rotated with that hard fall at the top of the program, but that didn't set her back at all. There's the triple sow, double toe, double loop, nicely done. Fighter all the way through the program. Nice triple loop, good extensions, nice back, long neck on the landings.
Great flow through the triple toe double axel there.
There's that triple salchow on a lean, but she keeps her back strong and manages to hang on to the landing edge. Double toe. Lots were accomplished here. That's change of edge, a big forward inside circle. Change foot, and that comes in at a level 4 in the program.
And so, you know, with Milana, we've been referencing where skaters progress and make progression. Milana's obviously got the goods technically, and also she's, I think, mentally well trained, because she had the mistake on the opening loops but didn't let that derail her. She still fought hard and fought convincingly later through the program. And now for her, it will still be similar stuff in terms of program component score development. Still trying to find ways to enhance her components, the ballet class, the off-ice classes, the movement classes, to expand her repertoire and range of body control. And that, as they make double-shaped hearts in the kiss and cry, that will be what can enhance and take her skating skills from the 5s, middle of the pack range, up towards the 8s that we will see from the junior world champion, the best of the best at this level.
Well, she has a personal best of 86.45, earning that last season. And what will this score be here? It is a 90.74 with a 128.81 total competition score. That'll put her for the moment into first place. Look at the standings so far after the first group of 6. So lots more to come your way as we take a look at the group number 2 taking to the ice for the 6-minute warm. Mark, we have some questions that have come in.
Yes, we do. We have some questions, and great questions. So thank you both to Daisy for sending these through, and to all of the questions that have come about. I think I could rattle through some of them quicker than others, and maybe you can help me with these ones, Ted. My dates are not always on point. Question coming in from @Kristen Eve. When is the first senior Grand Prix?
The first senior Grand Prix will be 1 week after. Hold on, I'm looking at this on the calendar. And we finish in...
oh, I beat you to it. I beat you to it.
Okay, what is it?
I was hoping you were going to...
Oh, no, I might get it wrong now. It's the 24th of October. I think it's 24th, 25th of October.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yep.
So that's when the fun of the seniors takes place, and there'll be 6 senior events. 7 for the juniors, 6 for the seniors.
Yeah, the order is different this year. Usually there's always Skate America, then Skate Canada, then France or whatever, but the order is different this year. So not that that makes a difference to people, but the locations will be a little bit different than in the past.
And then actually this next question, it can be a quick answer, but I actually don't know if the person requesting the question will get to hear of it, because the answers come into their social media. Somebody asking, where can I watch the program? So if you're on Instagram and you need to know where to watch it, then it's YouTube. But I don't suppose me saying on YouTube where to watch is going to help the person who's stuck on social media. So hopefully the ISU will make very clear to you where you can catch the action on their ISU YouTube channel.
You mean the live competition?
Yes, the live comp.
Yeah,
so I think
the
somebody's...
ISU JGP YouTube channel.
And I think the ISU social media, somebody's following their social media and then seeing clippets and snippets and pictures, but not realizing that.
Oh, I see. I do. Okay, now I understand. Now I got it.
Now, I'll do specific to the event that we're on. Quick one, what is the age limit to be able to compete in junior?
Well, you must be at least 13 years of age, and you cannot be more than 17. There's dates related to those ages. 17, you qualify for senior competition. July 1st, I believe, is the date that they measure by. So you have to be at least 13. You cannot be more than 17.
It can,
in
17 to
singles.
20, but 19 for aging
Yes.
out, so you can't be. So that's that. But then that difference, slightly difference is then when we go to pairs and dance. So the age limit goes up to 21 for dancers and then 23 for men in pairs.
Yeah, sorry, should have clarified that. Yep.
So
I
good.
got it mixed up because I'm thinking 17 qualifying for senior, but anyways, carry on.
Oh, good. And then the next one, which I think is a fairly quick fire question answer, for me at least. I don't know about you, Ted, but I think we might come to the same conclusion. From Maria GC Enta, what is your favorite program from last season?
Oh, I have to say Mao Shimada's short program.
Yep, Defying Gravity.
Yeah. I mean, I just had chills down my back in Grenoble, actually even on the Junior Grand Prix. It was just perfect mixture of the power of the emotion of the music and her ability to really connect with that in a way that, even though it was a sport, it was more of a presentation that you'd see in a theater. It was so powerful. And emotional from it was so good. Not because there was a story. I mean, there is a story, but not because of this sad story she's telling. It was just that it was so well done and so beautiful that at that moment you say, this is what's special about our sport. Those type of performances.
And for me, I actually thought this was what you might have said, Ted, but for me, Matthias Lindfor, the I think Finnish skater who had a program choreographed by he and his sister, and I think he wasn't a skater that had medal success, but he had a memorable program.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was very special as well. Yeah.
So, okay, now we get into questions that could take a little bit longer, and I'm not sure where we are in the proceedings of this warm-up. Actually, I can do one quickly. Can you attend the event to watch the figure skating in Ankara from @Benangomus? So you can indeed. I'm pretty sure that people can come and watch. The audience have been wonderful, and there is one more day of competition. So
yeah, absolutely.
Please, love to see you. Next one. Does height matter when you're finding a pair or dance partnership?
Well, matter in regards to certainly putting a partnership together. You want to make sure that there is it's manageable. So you're dealing with aesthetics and you're dealing with physicality. So if the male is doing the lifting and you have the woman is maybe 5 inches taller than the man, it's possible, right? Does it have an impact? For sure it does. That's just science, right? So it does matter, and you can see the way, particularly in the Chinese teams, you can see that the difference in sizes is very clear. They have those teams, but I've seen some really good teams that are a little bit closer to being the same size, particularly in ice dance. We talk about that on ice dance. We talk about the Kerrs, and there are other teams as well. So anything is possible.
Yeah, that's so good, and I love your analysis of the mechanics and the physics of it. And I think now I would change my answer to that question. I would have said, oh yeah, probably in an ideal world you would have a height difference of X, Y, or Z for pairs and dancers. Whereas now I'd say anything's possible, but the physics of body shapes will have different implications on the way in which you train.
Yeah, exactly. There's no restrictions. It's just science dictates whether it will be a little easier or not. We take a look at our next skater representing Thailand, 15-year-old Pimmpida Lerdpraiwan. Third Junior Grand Prix season, coached by Brian Orchard, Tracy Wilson. Trains in Toronto, in Canada.
15-year-old Pimmpida Lerdpraiwan, representing Thailand, a skater born in Bangkok, which is one of the destinations for a subsequent Junior Grand Prix event. And Pimmpida skating here, securing, I think, a new ISU biography personal best. That performance had so many green lights on the top left-hand corner of the screen, indicating success on the grades of execution, submarring that opening triple lutz, which we will see anytime
right
now.
Here. And tight in the air, but not enough air time, so needed to lift up a little bit more pop on the takeoff. A little higher. Here's the double flip. Good flow. This is nice. It's a lovely program. I love the music. Beautiful dress.
Yeah.
Traveling 3 turns into the back camel. We'll see her grab the blade to make a donut. Right here, it takes flexibility and strength, pick up a little bit of speed. Now up into some brackets. Double axe a little bit later in the program. Pretty good. Double flip, double loop.
And just as we look back at some of the elements in here, obviously the layback, you can see that Pimmpida is attaining level 4 on all 3 of her spins. So that aspect of her skating is, she's got that in the bag, and now it's obviously the number of rotations done in the air, but also then that finish of each push. So when we saw some of the elementary movements, the backwards crossovers, just allowing her blade to contact with ice a bit longer to create more ice coverage and get those higher PCS scores.
74.67 for Pimmpida. That is second in the free program with a 113.01 total competition score. For the moment, that will put her into second place. And there's a look at our next competitor representing Croatia, 15-year-old Klara Cusak. Croatian junior silver medalist. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Klara had a pretty solid short program. She will skate to A Star Is Born soundtrack for her free skate. Croatia's Klara Cusak completes a free skate, and we can analyze and we can give details for what Klara already knows regarding the technical element score and the program components. But one thing that I just want to acknowledge is the use of arm movement. And Klara's got a beautiful use of arm, wrist, and fingertip extension. And there were lots of nice nuances picked out in the Lady Gaga track that she enunciated with her arms. And it won't have a huge, massive impact on the score, but I, for one, was appreciative. So well done, Klara, and the team behind that.
Yeah, I just think that opening pose as well, looked peaceful, and she looked calm. And there's the technical work to be done as we take a look at some of those elements. There's the triple salchow off the top. Really, you know, a little bit wrapped in the air, so not efficient rotation position. The double axel, that was okay, nice and tight and strong, gets it done. But the connection to the music, there were moments that she felt wasn't having to do the jumps and connected the choreography with the music really nicely. Didn't hold all the way through the program, but certainly moments that were special.
Yeah, and you know, we can see in some of the replays when we hone in on the jumping passes just how desperate we are to help Klara to have that commitment to the sustaining of the landing position. It's just so valuable. As we see, Kaja Schipin's a coach who's competed 5 times on the Junior Grand Prix herself and now supporting the next generation of Croatian skater who's drawn blood, it looks like. Oh. See, those knee slides can be treacherous, Ted.
I know. I don't understand how people. I could never do that. I had Osgood-Schlatter's disease in the knees where you did big bumps, and so I would not be able to do that. But now it's such a big part of programs in ice dance and singles. Not so much in pairs. You don't really see it that much in pairs, but wow, once you go down on that rough ice, if you're at the end of a second group, you're not going to slide too far.
No, and that's the payback. Klara can see there, blood drawn on her right knee. And I think the thing that a lot of the parents get frustrated with when the skaters have choreography with knee slides is that it can rip the tights, and the tights are expensive. So I know when I have choreographed for somebody knee slides, I've got parents that are like, come on, you're going to make me go through a whole load more tights this season.
Just wrap it with saran wrap. You know?
Yeah, you're all good.
Taking this time, there's how many? 3, 6, 7 elements were under review, so that always takes a little while. There are 10 out of the 10 judges now have their scores in, so we should be hearing the scores momentarily after the technical panel's work is done. And here are the scores for Klara Cusak from Croatia. Free program 64.57. That is third, with a total competition score of 103.93. That will also put Klara, at least for the moment, into third place. And look at the top 5 on the leaderboard there so far in the competition. As we now see our next competitor representing Greece, Sofia Lamprinou, 14 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, competing in Ostrava and Ljubljana last year.
And we were so impressed with Sofia's commitment to the short program. And apart from one element, she had positive grade of execution throughout each of the others in the short. Her biggest nemesis will be the double axel, which opens this free skate. joyful reaction from Sofia Lamprinou, a skater who has skated to the best of her ability during this entire event, and how wonderful to see her embracing the moment. And I think it's important to shout out her coach's appreciation, Paniotis, who's explained that she's trained a little bit in Toronto with coaches that he skated with 25 years ago, and we've discussed the collaboration with the Romanian teams as well. And as we see the split jump into double axel, just great to hear the community that Paniotis recognises amongst the coaches. They're just a little too much rotation done on the ice and that double axel.
I like her assertiveness throughout the program. She doesn't necessarily have yet the elegant positions, but as you mentioned during the program, with the beautiful turnout spiral that she has the flexibility and strength. If she would just apply that spiral position, kind of, into the landing positions, this would improve the GOE, the quality of those jumps. Nice Bielman there.
That's the thing, when you see a Bielman like that, or the spiral, which was sensational, then that range of movement and that strength that she's got, if she could tap into that on each of those jumping passes, that's going to give GOE points on every single one. She's got a range that not everybody in this event has. Tap into it, use it, not just in those featured spin positions or in the choreography.
And she's got something a little unique. She's fun to watch, beautiful flexibility and strength, and aggressive throughout her program. And then there are some little fix-ups that will really help her. And once she starts to triple, and because the jump technique basically on the takeoff, that's fine. The mechanics are good. The efficiency in the air is still at a double level. Instead of the triple, that conversion into a tight rotation position will be important for her to work on as she moves forward. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Sofia Lamprinou from Greece. 71.65. That is third. She looks thrilled with that score, with a 112.18, and continues to be thrilled. Wow.
I think getting over that 70-point marker.
Yeah.
And 100, 112.
Isn't that fun? See, that's what's good about the system. Wherever she ends up in the middle of the bottom of the pack, but that was a personal victory for her. As we see it, our next skater representing Turkey, 13-year-old Bella Aydin, first junior Grand Prix event, coached by Tayfun Anar. And this will be an exciting moment for her.
Yeah, what a moment for Bella as she skates to an Egyptian snake dance for her free skate. Bella Aydin from the home nation, and you can see the Turkish flags proudly being waved, and we've been singing the praises of Bella Aydin throughout the performance off air because she has, as a handshake is given to perhaps the parents, she has so many attributes, quality attributes to be a successful skater, and she really is showcasing the work done in the Turkish Skating Federation to create quality.
Yeah.
It wasn't an optimal dream skate, but even here, she's got the sass and spirit to be a champion of the future potentially.
There's the triple toe, really efficient double loop, double toe, double loop. So well done. You can see the basic technique and the strength. Watch this double axle takeoff up in the air, but too far back. A little bit, not as much height as she needed, but she fixed that later in the program. There's the triple flip. Wow. She's 13 and she's doing these difficult elements, and her skating skills are very strong. She's powerful. She accelerates quickly. She's fast on the landing and in the air. So lots and lots of skill for a young athlete here in Turkey, and she'll be a leader of the sort of next generation, inspiring young skaters around Turkey.
The range of flexibility within the change route combo, and for me, Bella's timing on the triple toe is just so, it's a delight to watch that comfortable timing of the drop 3 turn. I loved it.
Yeah. And her performance level is good. Really good. More to be done, for sure, but
yeah, but embracing, there was a concept, there was a theme, there's the Egyptian dance and the glove, there was, you know, commitment to the composition component. So in referencing a lot of the technical score, in terms of the program components, her composition and presentation did have effort and commitment into, you know, pushing higher. So she's in the low 5s, and actually that is, her component scores currently for composition and presentation are higher than that of Milana, who leads the field at present. Technically, she's not comparable on this day, but the judges have acknowledged that the work done on that program is one of the leaders of the event thus far.
If I was putting on my list of coachable of skaters I would want to coach, she would be one of them, because she has the mechanics, the power, the will, and the performance, the intensity of performance, and it's only going to get better as she gains momentum in her career. Let's take a look at the free program score for Bella, 77.21. That is second in the free program, with a total competition score of 117.93, and that'll put Bella second overall for the moment. There is our next skater representing Hong Kong, Yun Shua. She's 15 years old, new to the Junior Grand Prix circuit, trains in China and coached by Ying Zhao.
And Yun, third at the Hong Kong Nationals in early June, skating now to Guardians of the Truth. Hong Kong's Yan Zhu concludes the program, and one of the highlights for me, the penultimate element there, she had a wonderful spread eagle transition. Really good demonstration of turnout and extension through the hips there from Yan Zhu, who is cheered on by the ice dancers who competed in the rhythm dance for Hong Kong earlier today. And it's interesting because the dancers and Yan Zhu both have high numbers in terms of their training time. She says that she trains 42 hours a week, and that's an amazing commitment that they are able to give to the sport.
We can see her dance. I liked her intensity of her performance. Not a lot of expression. Beautiful triple salchow to start, into a double axel, into another double axel. Great start to the program. Carries good speed into this triple toe loop, double toe combination. Turn out there. Triple salchow a little bit later. Great speed on that takeoff, a little bit too far forward on the landing, and she takes the fall, and then has to use more energy to get back into the program. Falls are physically exhausting. It's one of the reasons that it impacts the program, not only from a technical perspective, but also from the program components point of view.
Yeah, and as we look at the program component scores that the judges have input, there's that, Ted, you must have thought the same thing as me. Lovely spread eagle into the final layback spin. For Yan Zhu, it's interesting to see that of the 3 component scores that she has, there is more than half a point. It's changing as the judges continue to put more inputs in. But there's quite a big discrepancy between the skating skills that she's awarded and her presentation and composition. Judges have said that her skating skills are stronger than that of the presentation and the composition. So feedback easily delivered and clearly delivered, as we see in the kiss and cry. I think Lincoln Yuan, who's still competing himself, acting as a coach as well as a senior men's competitor in Hong Kong.
77.73, that is second in the free program with a 118.98. And that'll put her currently into second overall for the moment. And there is the leaderboard. Milana still in first place with a 128.89. As we come upon the final skater in group number 2, 4 more groups to come after this. Representing Hungary, 14-year-old Sofia Szeplaki, second Junior Grand Prix season, Hungary's junior bronze national medalist.
Sofia Szeplaki from Hungary delivers a skate, I think, as best as can be done for Sofia. The challenge for Sofia now is that there are 5 of the triple jumps which are under review. All of the triple jumps that she went for just to assess how much of the rotation was done in the air. So the score that she's about to receive could have a big movement in terms of the TES, the technical element score. Should the tech panel perceive that too much of the rotation was done on the ice instead of in the air, then that score that's starting above 80 now will change. We'll see what happens.
Yep, so much depends, and we'll take a look at some of the elements here. Watch the landing. And that's the triple salchow, double axel to start the program. That is under-rotated on the triple salchow. There's the triple flip. That might even be downgraded. It is in its system. There's the double lutz, double loop, double loop. Nicely done. That's okay. That's clean. Triple loop a little bit later in the program. That is also under-rotated. There's the triple salchow. That is being reviewed at the moment. And we'll talk a little bit about, okay, you use the word under-rotated. What does that mean? So it's short of a quarter or more. That's under-rotated. You'll lose some points. If it's short of more than half rotation, that'll be a downgrade.
And just to give impact, that there's a clear value, so the downgrade will be similar to the value of the jump with one less rotation. And so the score that Sofia started with was above 80 points, as I said, and now it looks like it's gone to the mid-70s. And she, with the coaches, experienced as Yulia Sebastian, who joins her in the Kiss and Cry, will know they'll be acutely aware and intensely aware. They'll be working on it hard in practice. So it's not that she's not ready to include the triple jumps. It's just finding the timing under the duress of the event to be able to deliver the full rotation.
The nice thing is, it's not a debate like the coaches will go, well, the judges are too hard on me. They know the under rotations, whether it's a quarter or whether it is a downgrade or whatever the case may be, they understand what is being looked at by the technical panel. And when they see those little marks, those little D's, if you will, beside the sideways V's beside the element, they understand. So there's no debate about it. They like to fix it because they want to remove it and get those extra points.
And for those that haven't followed the sport or haven't competed, just context is a triple loop. One of the jumps that Sofia did is nearly 5 points when cleanly rotated, and she loses a point at least before the grade of execution is applied when it's under rotated.
74.37, that is 5th in the free program with a total competition score of 116.85, and that'll put her, for the moment, at least into 4th place after 2 groups. There's your top 5 skaters so far. And we're going to have a nice resurfacing, which means we have got a video playback. What's on the list there, Mark?
So stay tuned to see the interview of the winner from last week, Mai Okada from Japan. She was glorious in Riga, and we had the chance to chat with her briefly following the event. And then the Figure Skating Basics series continues with Ted and myself, and we have a little look at the judges panel. So for anybody that's still following all our ramblings about what the judges have to do, hopefully we'll make it a little clearer in the video to come.
Or confusing, we'll find out. Okay, we're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing. We'll be back.
So Mai Okada, omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, you've won this event. Now, last year on the Junior Grand Prix, you had 2 bronze medals and narrowly missed out on making the Junior Grand Prix final. Has that been your motivation for this season?
去年両方とも3位という結果で、ファイナルまであと少しというところで、悔しかったんですけど、今年はファイナルに行くことが目標で、しかもファイナルが地元開催ということで、さらに行きたいっていう気持ちが強くなって、それで目標にして今まで頑張ってきて、その結果が今回出たのですごく嬉しいです。
Now, Mai, I learned that your mother was inspired by Mao Asada, and that's one of the reasons that she encouraged you to become an ice skater. You come from one of the strongest skating nations. Is it Mao Asada who's your inspiration, or is there another Japanese skater, or indeed any other that's a big inspiration to you?
浅田真央選手は自分が目標としている選手ですし、浅田真央さんみたいに私もトリプルアクセルが飛べるようになりたいと思っていて、他にも今一番身近にいる憧れの選手は、同じクラブで練習している大場雅選手です。
Well, we look forward to seeing you hopefully again on the Junior Grand Prix and ganbatte kudasai.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Figure Skating Basics. We're going to talk about the technical element scores and
the program component scores. But first of all, the tech element score.
Well, the technical panel is up a little higher than the judging panel. They will identify what the element is and how difficult it is. What about the judges?
The judges will then boost or subtract from that technical element score with the grade of execution. Now, some examples of the elements that the judges in the tech panel will be looking at. In single skating, we'd have jumps, spins, step sequences.
And at ice dance?
We would have lifts, twizzles, steps, spin, and choreographic elements.
And in pairs, which is different from the ice dance, you'll see the big lifts, the throws across the ice, the death spirals, and some single elements, some side-by-side jumps and spins as well.
And so the technical element score will come up first on the screen on the most left-hand side, and then the judges down here at rinkside analyze the program component score.
Well, that's figure skating scoring 101.
We hope you've enjoyed this understanding the scoring. Make sure that you tune in for the next episode of Figure Skating Basics.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 2, the final event, the women's free program, group number 3. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Henrady joining us from Nottingham. And on that little break, did you make a tea?
I packed, well, you'd be interested. I helped my wife to frantically pack our son's ice hockey kit because he has training later. So we were frantically finding all the prerequisite stuff for a hockey kit, which is good because that now means that my little garage studio is free from the stench of a hockey kit.
There you go. I was about to bring that up. Yesterday he said, folks, just take a look at the fall there. Just freshly cleaned ice, and so it's really wet, unfortunately.
So
you were mentioning yesterday the aroma that was seeping from your son's hockey bag. And we know it well. All hockey arenas have a certain
stench.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's tough. So, okay, that's good news. And we have our third group on the ice right now, Mark. We have a lot of questions, I think, coming in. Let's get to that.
Yeah, we had some wonderful questions coming in, and one of the ones which I can give you a great example of is from @Joey_skate99. Which would be the value of a jump jumped in the opposite direction of your natural side? Now, I actually think, Ted, that this is an interesting discussion point because until we saw quad god Ilya Malin do quad axel, there were discussions about what could be done to kind of further accelerate the sport, that there's not a ceiling or a limit to the technical achievements. Now, who knows, some may believe now quintuples could be attained, but others suggested we should award more value for a skater who can jump in both directions. And there's an American skater called Sonia Helmer who does a wonderful example of jumping in both directions. She does a triple salchow, lands on her right leg, changes edge, and does a double salchow in the other direction. It is, I think, incredibly difficult. There are some skaters who can do it masterfully. There's an amazing skater called Roheen Ward who could jump all triple jumps both ways, and I think Todd Eldridge, the '95 world champion, could do double axels both ways, but it's not easy. I don't think I could do a single axel both ways.
No, I think we discussed this last year in the Junior Grand Prix because we were asking what people thought, and somebody came up with that. It came in, maybe we were talking about the same thing, but it came up in a discussion. And I think it's a really good idea because I think it's extremely difficult and it adds sort of an interesting look to it. It's a change of direction. That's one of the features in skating skills. So, and I don't know whether it should be valued more or, I'm not sure, does it have a higher, GOE because you did that, or is it a higher degree of difficulty? I'm not sure how that gets measured, but absolutely it's more difficult. You pick your natural direction to learn how to jump. You jump through your career in that direction, basically, and then someone who has that skill or has developed that skill doesn't get any value for that. I think it's a very valid point and should be brought up to the technical committee. So go ahead, do it.
And yeah, I'll do that. I'll take it.
Okay.
A comical reply to the International Skating Union's Instagram story post requesting questions, and this one made me laugh. It's from @Zorna Santonova. Great explanation of the jumps yesterday, but a non-figure skater will just see axel. And I think that's probably a fairly accurate assessment for many. Axel being the only one of the jumps which takes off forward, and that's the most easily recognizable.
Yep, totally. Understandable. I mean, we can explain it to our blue in the face, but it is very difficult to pick up for a non-skating person to pick up the quickness as we take a look at the toe loop. See how quickly they change the feet, and then the left toe went in the ice. That's a toe loop jump, right? So it takes a lot of repetition and a lot of watching video to learn it. So yeah. I'm going down a rabbit hole. What's the next question?
Next question from @EmmaViolet96. What is a piece of music that you would like to see someone skate to?
You know what? What is that? It's an aria. Jesus. The Fishers, the Pearl Fishers. There's this sort of male duet part. It is so incredibly beautiful, and I've never seen it skated to, and I know that would be, you know, there's certain people that would fit it just spectacularly, and it would be special. So, yeah, the Pearl Fishers. There's a special duo.
Oh, I need to check that out. I need to check that out. And it's interesting, I'm now looking through my music collection thinking, oh, which would I see skate to? I actually, at the moment, some of my favorite music at the moment is perhaps overused, but Max Richter and the On the Nature of Daylight. That's a piece that I have heard others use, or This Bitter Earth. With Max Richter. I think that's wonderful. But interestingly, my family's being overtaken and consumed by hockey energy. There's a hockey player in my son's favourite local team called Mitch Fossier, who's also a singer on Apple iTunes, and he's got a very lovely song out, but I don't quite know if it's skating specific. But anyway, I digress.
So that's not bad info. Okay. What else we got?
Oh, we have so many more, but
we have an ice.
We got an end of a warm-up.
Okay, here we go. I got to get this lined up here. There is our first skater, group number 3 from Spain, 17-year-old Ariadna Gupta Espada, born in New Jersey in the U.S., third at Spanish Nationals in junior. This is her first junior Grand Prix event.
We've just been treated to a wonderful case of positive energy and as much empathic support as possible from Coach Barbara Leone to her student. The Spanish representative in Ankara, Ariadna Gupta Espada, completes a free skate. And I think, Ted, what was most admirable for me in watching Ariadna, it was the resilience in continuing to push through when she had a couple of falls, and that didn't deter her from the effort. Sometimes when we see a skater falling, you can tell they are a little bit more half-hearted in their effort. Ariadna continued to push herself as we look at the opening triple flip. Just a little over-rotated there of the body. As we look now to the traveling three turns into the triple loop, and you can see that the first of the falls, she quickly regrouped from. And there, triple toe, single Euler, double Salchow, but the two-footed landing, a little bit of the hesitation that you could see creeping in again there. So,
yeah, she looks close to getting those done. You know, I like interesting slide at the end, and she kept her balance extremely well. The jumps are not quite there. The takeoff mechanics are pretty good. Rotation position's not bad. A little quicker into rotation, a little bit higher, and she'll clear it. But then that checkout, and she just hasn't mastered that on a consistent basis, perhaps sometimes. But lovely program, beautiful music, elegant in her skating. Some challenges on the jumps today.
Yeah, and you know, I've just praised the skater Ariadna for her resolve and making sure she came back from mistakes. And then now we have to praise the coach, because Barbara was obviously so invested in the student before they went out, and you could see she was passionately committed to supporting the athlete. And now a skate has happened that had 3 falls, and it was far from optimal. And that coach doesn't look at all egotistical and hurt. She's just caring now about the student, trying to make sure that the student is okay. Now, I'm not Italian, I can't hear, I don't know, but that's the energy that I sense.
Yeah, no, I think the body language says that. And I think the art of coaching happens, well, obviously in training, but at a competition, the art of competition coaching is really in how you handle the athlete. When you let them feel what they're going to feel naturally, don't talk them out of it, but when they're feeling going down in a bad spot, you have to bring them out and put them in the moment, in the reality, and look forward. And you can see that with Barbara. 70.73, that's 7th in the free program with a 113.87. That'll put her currently, for the moment, into 5th place. There is our next skater, just 13 years old, Leyla Cetin from Turkey. The start of the next generation of young Turkish skaters. This nation is excited about this sport and about skaters such as Leyla.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen one Turkish woman, 13-year-old Bella Aydin. She's currently in 3rd place. Leyla, the next 13-year-old from the home nation. Leyla Cetin represents the host nation, and she has just delivered 6 triple jumps to the delight of the audience you can see on stream now. And this is her first ever junior competition. And you know, we were discussing off air about how impressive what we have just seen from Leyla is, clean triple jumps. And the development of this athlete will have been 5 years in the making. There is such a lot of commitment, as you have said, and seen to the Turkish skaters.
Oh, look at that nice, triple lutz. A beautiful arm movement after that. Another triple lutz a little bit later into a double toe. Clean and excellent technique. Tight and fast in the air as well. And as she gains speed and strength, there's the double axel. She'll have a little bit more ice coverage, but at the age of 13, early on, there's the triple flip. Wow, so solid. Very, very impressive. And it just puts the period at the end of the sentence. And that sentence that was said to me is that here in Turkey, the momentum and the energy towards the sport is growing all the time. And we've got some good young talent coming up. Well, I would say some excellent young talent coming up. And Leyla is one of them. That was special.
And really impressive. And you know, as I say, we were asked a question about how long it takes to get these big value elements. Leyla, the product we are seeing now is of years worth of work from the coaches and the federation and the parents. But you know, this is a sign of what's to come.
Well, it should be a pretty good score here. Let's take a look. Free program score. She'll need an 85.58 to take the lead. And she has a 99.52. That is first in the free program with a 142.76. I'm not sure she knows how to respond to that. The coaches are happy as she takes the lead. She looks very humble. Wow. That is terrific for the Junior Grand Prix, for Turkey, for the coaches, and for the skater. Our next competitor represents Czechia, Eliska Kubanova, 14 years old. Not a lot of international record of competitions for her yet.
Eliska Kubanova, representing Czechia, completes the free skate, and when I look back at the most recent event for Eliska, it looks like it was the Czech test skate, which took place earlier on this month, and she's already smashed the short program score that she achieved in the domestic event with what she performed yesterday, and looks like she's going to do a huge boost to the 70 points that she had at the test skate just a couple of weeks ago. So really a skater relishing the experience of the last event and the enormity of this occasion as we see such flow and glide into the big triple salto double toe.
Yeah, that was lovely. Great knee action. And great lift off the ice as we see that triple toe loop lift way up into the air, up into the double axel, and a single. Nicely done. Coming back down the ice. There's another triple toe loop, beautifully executed into an inside spread eagle, then a triple loop. This one didn't work out as well. A little bit too far forward on the takeoff and didn't get into that tight rotation position. Salchow a little bit later. Boy, good technique on the toe loop and the Salchow. And once she applies the basic mechanics of that to the other triples, they're all coming along really nicely.
Yeah, you could see the loop was certainly something she was having to fight harder to consider. But she's done an absolutely brilliant job in the Junior Grand Prix debut, and the energy of this venue is certainly suggesting that we're in for a very good event based on what we've just seen from Leyla and now Eliska as well. She added 6 points to her short program score from the test skate on August the 8th, and now, like I say, 70.5 was what she achieved at the test skate, and now just a few weeks later, and if she can continue to keep that trajectory of Eliska and the team around her can continue to ensure that she has that motivation to keep demanding more from herself. We know she can do a fully rotated triple loop. She fully rotated that in a short program. I wonder how far away the triple flip and the triple loops are.
I would think pretty close. I would. You know, it's keeping them happy and having fun even on the days that aren't good, and they put it in perspective. Okay, I needed that day, I got to fix it up. And such an important part of the coach's job. Let's take a look at the scores. 83.03 for Eliska, and that is third in the free program with a total competition score of 126.39. That will put her for the moment into third place. There is a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far. Turkish skater in first and 5th. As we take a look at our next competitor, representing Australia, 13-year-old Kaylyn Shimogaki. She is the Australian junior bronze medalist, and she needs a 98.25 to take the lead.
And Kaylyn will skate appropriately attired to Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov. Kaylyn Shimogaki, the 13-year-old born in Brisbane, or from Brisbane, she has the greatest of admiration because we saw a warm-up where she fell early in the warm-up in the wet patch of the ice, got soaked, and came out fully confident and committed to this performance. And then that double axel fall just, gosh, talking about Chris Howarth comments, that took the stuffing out of her. I'm sure it was a horrendous fall. That was a good double axel on the back of the triple sacco. Here's the real clanger. Nobody went, oh my goodness. And the way in which that she, fought to come back, yes, it was downgraded on that triple toe attempt, but even to attempt such jumps after that disappointment, good to recover with that clean triple sacco.
Nice double left, double loop at the end of the program. They're close to the end. Her ability to just get right back up and shake off that hard fall, that was pretty special.
And if I look back, trying to scour the internet for results for Kaylyn, we can see that she competed at the Asian Trophy. She was 14th at that event. Her free skate score when she competed there, which was in this season, was 67 points. So again, it's just to give we look to the past to see where the skater is in their trajectory, and this is a big improvement from that Asian Trophy competition. And now she has to use this as the springboard to take another 10 points. I remember a judge once saying you should have a 10-point plan for every next event, and it's now how can Kaylyn and the team have a 10-point plan so that by the end of the season she's adding a huge chunk more to the score that she's able to achieve.
Oh, interesting. Never heard that. What's your 10-point plan?
Well, so for me,
each competition would be a lot to gain 10 points. But
that would be huge if you could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for Kaylyn, I think we could add half a point on the skating skills, which would give an extra half point on the other two components. And that's factored, so that would give a little bit more. And then if we could remove that double axel mistake, that could add maybe 2.5 more points there. So that's more run-throughs. I'd have a little look at the rotation of the triple toe. So there's all these things. Anyway, I digress.
And there's a score, 78.62 for Kaylyn. That is fourth at the free with a 123.14. Total competition score, she moves into fourth place at this stage of the competition. There's a look, once again, at your leaderboard, top 5. Our next competitor represents Korea, 14-year-old Minsong Kim, Korean national junior bronze medalist, first junior Grand Prix event.
And based on previous results, we can expect to see a skate now which could potentially be right up there in point scoring. A nightmarish short program for Minsong Kim, hoping for a dream free skate. Korea's Minsong Kim just assessing and going through what just took place. And this is a skater who we saw a wonderful triple toe combo in warm-up, but yesterday she fell in the first part of that jump, and you have to question whether or not that was invading her brain space as she entered into that same element at the start of this program and therefore popped it. She did a brilliant job at rallying back from that disappointment to go for another triple as the second planned element.
Yeah, she found her timing a little bit better, a little further into the program, as we see here. There's a triple toe loop on a big lean on the takeoff, pops that open and starts the program, but she kind of marches to the next element here, but she gets the triple flip into rotation up into the triple toe loop. That is under-rotated in the triple toe loop in the system, and come back down the ice for triple Lutz. Good lift on that. So the way around, except for an attention on the edge takeoff. Triple Salchow. She sets up that triple loop. Good lift on that, but that looks to be under-rotated as well. No, the system, they've given it. There's another flip a little bit later.
One of the things that I think watching Minsong, as we see her flying camel here and a wonderful donut camel feature, catch camel. She created so much speed before the jump. She definitely disconnected. So from a composition or choreography perspective, she lost, but I could see it was like she had to take 3 power pushes before every jump. It was like, I'm not going to jump unless I'm using as much physical momentum as is possible, and I kind of admire that attack.
Yeah, so do I. You'd like to get it under control a little bit more, but the attack's so important. You're going to need that in your career no matter what.
If she could style it out now and make it look musical and a bit more aesthetically pleasing, then she's on to her winner. We see Hyung-Kyung Choi again in the case of Klara. Hyung-Kyung responsible for so many of this incredible field of Korean women that we've seen over the course of the past few seasons on the Junior Grand Prix. And Hyung-Kyung's son is an incredible pianist, and she's just saying that she has to spend so much of the year away from her family to support the skaters, and we thank the coaches for that commitment they give.
Free program score is 104.48. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 150.02. And that will put Minsong Kim from Korea into first place. With a nice 8-point lead. And there is a look at our next skater who comes from Turkey. 14-year-old Deniz Tarim, second Junior Grand Prix season, 21st last year right here in Ankara on this Junior Grand Prix.
Again, wonderful to hear the applause in anticipation of this. Deniz, the front-running Turkish women's skater after the short program, hoping to maintain that lead above her compatriots. Well, Deniz Tarim just squeezing in the final features on the change foot combinations, the flying sit spin to attain as high a level as she can. And she completes her free skate. She said that last season in her first debut on the Junior Grand Prix, it taught her so much. Wonderful to see that again, that amazing support that the Turkish skaters have. She's learned a lot, but in some ways, Ted, that then the awareness, sometimes knowledge is power, but knowledge can make it a little bit more challenging when you come off the ice knowing that what you have done might not be enough to stay ahead of those that you want to stay ahead of.
Well, let's take a look at some of the elements. Yeah, the pressure was on just internally with their own countrymates. And let's take a look at the triple Lutz at the top of the program. Good in the air, good height, but didn't get all the way around and had to take the fall. Follows that up with the triple Salchow. That was nice all the way up into a double toe loop. Very patient with that back inside edge for the Salchow. We'll see that again here. And down, up. Nice and straight, tight in the air. Beautiful. Double axe a little bit later. Nice. And she's strong. Here's the triple Lutz late in the program. I couldn't believe how late that was. I think just enough fatigue to slow her down on the takeoff. We see the double axel near the end. And then
She was
go ahead.
working hard, Ted, to get that sit behind feature in, and then this attempted difficult exit. I don't think she'll have that called, but
no.
I think another factor that Deniz will be debating as she's joined abundantly in the kiss and cry is getting that minimum technical element score for Junior Worlds. We've seen 3 very strong, competent, and full of potential Turkish women. They'll all need to try to secure that 72-point minimum score that is needed to become a Junior World Championship competitor, and so Deniz will be fixated on that through the season as well.
Yeah. But a lot of these skaters know what they need, but they just don't know whether they earned it. In a program like this, 71.64, so a little bit shy. 117.45, that is 8th in the competition so far. And there is the top 3, and Deniz in 8th place with group number 4 about to take to the ice.
Actually, the results of the Turkish women are so close, but the results of the Turkish women represented here is actually the same as was in the Turkish July competition, which would have given the Turkish Federation the signal to which women to send to this competition, but also I suppose interesting to see it's kind of backed up with the result here, the order that they finished in their domestic event.
Yeah. Okay, Mark, do we have any more questions during the warm-up for group number 3?
Yes, we do indeed, and a great question coming in. What makes a skater a good fit for singles, pairs, or ice dance? And that is, it's actually interesting because we spoke about whether height was necessary for pairs or dance, and I have a reframed perspective of what's necessary, but you can lead the field if you wish, Ted, on the makes a good fit for singles, pairs, or dance.
Well, just quickly, I would say musicality and a great show-off. That fits for dance. It really does.
Yep.
If you've got that, I love the costume, I love the music, I love to dance, and if you've got that, then I think that lends itself to ice dance more. If you like the thrill of being thrown and lifted, on one hand, traveling across the ice, trusting your partner, then hey, you're good for pairs. And then, for singles, if you just, you prefer to work alone, then okay. Now those are all personality traits, really, in many ways. Physicality is a little bit different from that, but certainly those are the type of personality traits that you sort of require for them. Okay, Mark, take it away.
Well, I actually, again, as we evolve and learn and grow and become more mature, I now have a greater appreciation of what I think is helpful for the good fit for singles, pairs, or dance. Because previously, I would have suggested, younger Mark would have seen the visual and seen a certain type of body shape that is generally predisposed to success in each of the disciplines. And so if I was to take a broad spectrum of the best pair skaters in the world, I would generally see there would be a big height differentiation between the man and the woman, and we would see, taller men and shorter women. If I was then looking at the ice dance category, it tended to be both long-limbed, taller skaters, and then for the single skating, short and petite was generally what we would see when we think of so many of the successes. However, there are always exceptions which utterly disprove that. I think about, I'm seeing that perhaps for single skating being small and petite might be advantageous based on what I've seen. But then Evan Lysacek, the 2010 Olympic champion, I believe he was over 6 foot tall. And we've seen Nikolai Mamola from Italy, who's something like 6'3", and he can perform quadruple jumps. So now, I would suggest that what makes the fit for the respective disciplines is more in line with what you were saying, Ted, is the mentality and the character traits and the human.
I do think that I shouldn't even say recent years, but there have been many people to prove it didn't matter so much the body shape as your ability to adapt to whatever you are and make the sport of skating work. Because if you have momentum going into your jump and you have good technique on your jump, you're going to get airborne. Now, how efficient can you be within that? So I do think it's that will that you have and that passion for what you're doing and the individuality of the singles events, the teamwork of pairs and ice dance, the musicality of dance, and the thrill in pairs. So I think those things help you love and be passionate about the discipline you're in. And then after that, it's going to be your physical preparation.
Absolutely.
That's all I have to say on that. Now, what's the next question?
Really good one. A piece of music. Well, actually, there are some doubled up questions. We've been really fortunate to have questions from different people on social media, and we really appreciate that. But it's doubled up. A lot of interest in what music we would like someone to skate to. The question from @Bibliotaya: who's your favorite figure skating new baby and why? So I presume that's like newcomer on the scene. Who would be the standout for you in terms of newcomers? And I suppose that's difficult because juniors, they're kind of all newish.
We're pretty early in the season. It's sort of hard to tell. We need to see more because sometimes there are some surprises. And I wouldn't say there's any one. There's a group of them that I'm going really, really good mechanics, good technique, passionate performances. Maybe they haven't skated their best always in competition, but you're just waiting for them to light it up in one of those magical moments when it all comes together. And there's a bunch of them that come from around the world, really. There is. Of course, you've got your standouts. You have to talk about Mao Shimada, not just in this year, but really history-making, 3-time world junior champion. And I don't remember, I think there was 1 or 2 mistakes in 3 years that I've seen, but that would be it. So, yeah, I don't know. I was going off topic probably, but
No, it's great. And I think sometimes
at this time of the day, Mark, you start down a way and say, "Where are you going? What are you doing with that conversation?" And I just carry on.
Who am I? For me, actually, though, when I think about obviously these first 2 assignments, that as we progress through the 2025-2026 season, and we've seen so many skaters. I know myself personally, I forget what my own name is, never mind the hundreds of skating performances that we have watched. But at this event so far, if you have not seen yesterday's short program in the women's competition, then I urge you to go and check out Mayuko Oka's performance. She interpreted a peacock, and the music, the costume, the concept, that will be so far, thus very early in the season.
No, absolutely no question. That's when everything comes together. The performance, the costume, the concept, the choreography, the athlete's presentation of all that work. Yeah, that's a perfect example. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got to change this up here. Let's see what we're doing here. Oh, boy. Our next skater represents Uzbekistan, 13-year-old Latifakhon Shoisaeva. Not much information on this young skater. She needs a 103.46 to take the lead.
Latifakhon Shoisaeva just takes a moment to gather herself and her thoughts as she takes a bow to the audience. And interesting, the music choice I said initially, Sapri Duo, it reminded me of Iceland's team that won the World Championships in 1999, Krylova Ovsyannikov. Maybe Latifakhon has taken inspiration for that, or indeed needs to have a look at it for the muse for the rest of the season. But she's bold, costuming is bold, music choice is bold, opening choreography bold, but fatigue latterly prevented her from attaining the same component scores that the opening of the program would have. Lovely triple sacco double toe. Really nice.
Yeah, she had some really nice technique. Wasn't consistent throughout the program. You know, she'd be off time here. So look, she was going to go for the jump right then, but said, no, let's go around one more time. Triple toe loop. Nice takeoff, good in the air, but not on the landing. That was nice. Up into a double axel, saved that landing. Triple loop a little bit later in the program. Takes some time to set that up and hangs on by the toe picks.
And all of these lessons, because we can see then that there's a repeat on that element, and so ideally Latifakhon would have wanted to try and make that combo there. Maybe Berenice Maita, I think the motivation for that choreographic slide, just a shame that Latifakhon struggled to
in that last spin, lost control and started to travel. That move, that sliding move with the elbow on the ice, I think that was Yaugadin. Did that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, yes.
He did that with, there you go. See, it takes a while for my memory to kick in, but, you know, if you wait around long enough. Huh?
Oh, well done, because I'm giving credit to somebody else.
That was the Gladiator. That was a Gladiator.
Yeah.
Well, stay with me. I'll teach you things.
We'll mention some late 1990s skaters. Now, poor Latifakhon's going to watch this back and think, what are these guys chatting about? But hey, Latifakhon, go watch Yagadin, go watch Krylova Ovsyannikov, and go steal that inspiration so that the next event you have, those components go skyward.
I'll just borrow it.
I'll
steal it.
Yeah, it sounds a bit aggressive, sorry.
Yeah. People are probably saying, all right, it's the time of the day. These guys are starting to go a little nuts because yeah, exactly. Well, it is. How long have we been doing this? Let's see, 7 o'clock. We started at 10:30. So it's almost 10 hours. No, 9 hours, I guess.
Obviously, the time is allowing our maths to also struggle.
No, yep. Yeah, a little disappointed with that performance. You can see good technique and nice rotation, quick rotation position. That's going to be helpful as she progresses through the season. 71.84. That is 10th in the free program. The total competition score of 118.41, and that'll put her for the moment into 7th place.
Some big movement in the results and in the standings. The skaters in earlier groups continue to ascend, making some pretty meteoric movement.
Our next skater represents New Zealand. That's where I was born. 15-year-old Renee Tsai, two-time New Zealand junior champion. This is her second junior Grand Prix season.
And Renee skating to a skating classic, the East of Eden soundtrack. Renee Tsai, representing New Zealand, completes a free skate that was so committed from start to finish, and a skater that I think must have done multiple run-throughs in preparation and anticipation for this, because she reacting with more energy than many of the others that we have seen thus far in the competition, committed in that final change foot combination spin, coming in at level 4 with a plus creative execution.
Yeah, she's a really nice, elegant skater and had some good moments in this program, some challenges as well. Let's take a look at some of the elements. Here's the triple flip off the top of the program into a double toe loop. That's an under rotation on the flip. And there's another triple flip. Better height that time. Looked to be all the way around, but has to take the fall. No, they put it under rotated as well. There's the triple toe loop. That's unfortunate. Take that fall on that. Another triple toe loop later in the program, squeezing out the double toe after. So not one of those programs where things are flowing nicely on the landing. She had to fight a lot. Beautiful camel spin here. Sort of a windmill move into the sit. And then a little hop, jump in that. That is a level 4 with a plus GOE. So we need some good points on that one spin.
Creativity achieved there within the features. And Ted, Renee, as we see her take the donut position within the final spin, this speed at the end of the program was really impressive. She has had the same coach teaching her since she was 6 years old. And from my study, So Tao was a world inline skating champion as well as a competitor at world championships. So great to see that somebody who's obviously very passionate about skating continues in different veins and in different stratospheres to their love for skating go on. And I wonderful to see Renee guided and steered by somebody who obviously loves the sport too.
Just a little bit of analysis going on. And that doesn't happen a lot, but for some people it's good. They like to review things right away, and some people don't. All depends really on the emotional state when you come off the ice, whether any words will stick. Let's take a look at the free program scores. For Renee, 81.26. They look pretty happy with that. That is 5th in the free program with a total competition score of 127.86. And that'll put Renee currently overall, for the moment, into 4th place. And our next skater represents Kazakhstan. 15-year-old Safiya Abayeva, new to the Junior Grand Prix circuit, is coached by Sofia Fichenko and choreographed by Ilya Klimpkin. He was a creative, very creative skater.
He was indeed. And even from the outset, Safiya demonstrating an elegance in the way she holds her body as she skates to music by Escala and Sting. Kazakhstan's Sofia Abayeva. And this performance, to me, I said that as soon as she stepped onto the ice, you could see an elegance in her movement, and the planned program content makes us aware that she has so much technical to offer. I saw in so many of those jump landings, it felt to me like too much adrenaline. That I remember what that feeling is like, where you just can't feel your legs. You just don't seem to have the same kind of connection to your legs. And you can see here, just too much, overcooked it, over-rotated, and then even struggling to kind of re-grip and regroup.
Yeah, you can see it's a really sort of a whippy, rotational. So you whip the arms in, and it's a little bit on the circle. And the most efficient jumps are pretty straight on the takeoffs, generally speaking, and fold the arms right into the body. And she did a good job on that one, but couldn't check out. I've talked about this quite often. Starting the rotation is one thing, and rotating another, and then the checkout. When to stop the rotation for the landing. And sometimes that's hard. You lose the sense of timing of the end of the jump. You might have the timing at the beginning, but there's also timing at the end. And that looked a little off today.
Yeah, I'm actually really pleased to see that she's still able to be in the moment and take a wave to the camera, because when she competed at the Summer Championships of Kazakhstan, she had nearly 100 points in the free skate. So she's obviously performed this Roxanne piece with more success earlier on, but as we keep saying, a domestic event has a different level of adrenaline coursing through the body as an international. And it's not the World Championships, it's not the Olympic Games, but a Junior Grand Prix, first time for a skater, is a really big deal. And so I'm sure Sofia is reacting in this performance to a little bit of that excitement of being here.
Yeah, rotation position's not very efficient at this moment. Needs to tuck those ankles right together, straighten the legs. She's strong because she's getting around those jumps through the strength, but a little bit artificial in a way that you want to be very efficient to fold into rotation position. It's much easier physically. You're going to get through the program easier. But the brain sort of goes, come on, jab that pick or pull that, And so, especially when things aren't going well, you tend to muscle it a little bit more.
And I think for the junior skaters, as they transition into seniors and as their body grows, that kind of muscling, then when you have longer limb length, is a little bit harder to control, and it's easier to amass that as a junior, but harder to maintain it as a senior. So the streamlined formula for technique is definitely going to be a greater longevity for the athlete.
Yeah, for sure. And, better for the body, that's for sure.
Says you and I, who probably muscled our jumps like the only way we knew how.
Well, in the caveman era that I skated in, that's all you really had was, how fast you can go, how high can you throw your body, and how far around can you get. And standing up in those, we didn't go, well, that wasn't a very good jump, it's a -1. It wasn't about qualities, it's about standing up on the jump way more than the quality at that point. The system wasn't defined at that point.
Yeah, gosh.
Which was good for me.
Yeah. I can even think of skaters that were top 10 in the world that now retrospectively look back and think, gosh, that jump technique would not fly at all now, because there's the clear criteria. If you've got a leg wrap, there's a deduction. If you've got hooky landings, no flow, there's a deduction. And so times have changed for the better for the jumps.
Oh, yeah. More defined. 73.03 for the free program. That is 11th for Sofia with a 120.66 total competition score. That'll put Sofia currently for the moment into 7th place. And there is our next skater in this event, 16-year-old Yun-Feng Tsai from Taipei. Yun-Feng was the first Chinese skater from Chinese Taipei to win a medal in the Junior Grand Prix in 23 years. She's a really good skater, had a bit of a rough go in the short program. Hopefully she can pull it all together here in the free.
Yun-Feng Tsai, who's just, I just so engaged with the aesthetic that she creates on the ice. The Concerto No. 1 by Saint-Saëns, the music, the costume refined and elegant. And for me, whilst I'm aware that technically she's not as proficient as others who will beat her, I just so appreciate the posture and the body alignment from an aesthetic perspective. And I don't know if it's ballet, I don't know if it's Pilates, I don't know if it's just good coaching on the ice, but she really holds a beautiful posture and makes a resplendent figure on the ice. Oh,
yeah, she's statuesque. You know, she holds poses and which are beautiful images in motion. As we'd see back up into the triple Lutz. Great height on that. And I think she can be more efficient in the air for rotation. She's doing it. She's getting around. That was nice. That was really tight in the air. Double axel was good. Yeah, you're right. You take a look at that back. Strong back, long neck. Great flexibility.
And great change of edge in the flying camel. And, you know, you're right when you reference the rotational position so often here, pertaining to then the Salchow. If it could be a little tighter, more efficient and streamlined, then the triples are more likely to happen. She's got good elevation, but the jumps tend to be a little bit hooky, and that's harder to then get the big combos. You can see with that triple Salchow double axel sequence, it made a full circle in itself rather than a bigger, wider trajectory.
Yeah.
But, that is class.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I love it.
And also, you know, there's a common denominator here in some of the aesthetic. David Wilson, the choreographer of this free skate, who is able to extract, as the best choreographers do, memorable movement. And I will remember Yun-Feng Tsai's. I remember from the past, and I'll remember more so from this, her class and refinement.
Well, there are 4 elements under review. Here we go for the scores for Yun-Feng Tsai from Taipei. Free program score is 100.11. Oh, the smile came up there real quick. That's second in the free program with a total competition score 147.89. And that will put her currently into second place. There we go. There's a smile and a heart. As she sits currently into second place, there's the top 5 on the leaderboard, and here's our next skater representing the Netherlands, Lucca Dijkhuizen, 14 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, but does have some good international experience.
And No Time to Die by Billie Eilish, the soundtrack for this free skate. Lucca Dijkhuizen from the Netherlands, just living an experience that I think every skater that's landed a double axel has had the takeoff nightmare that Lucca had in that performance. It's just, you don't want it to happen under the watchful eye of a judging panel at a Junior Grand Prix event.
And when we talk about that one jump that takes off forward, that's a jump that's beautiful triple left, triple toe loop to start the program. It's the greatest fear because it is the one jump you jump into space, and it's awkward, and as you see, it's dangerous. You'll see this in a moment. The left edge, the one that you're standing on right here as she steps on the left, watch it slip out right there. And she could not convert into a rotation position, and just thank God that she got her hands down, because that could be very dangerous.
And it just, you have no kind of concept for where your body is. So for then Lucca to come back up and do triple loops into another double axel, having just experienced that, is nothing short of incredible.
Yeah.
She's made of tough stuff to have that tenacity, knowing she will have had to do a double axel within the program.
Yeah, and you know, for somebody who just tuned in and knows skating, you say, oh, well, you know, okay, she's had a tough skate. This is a very, very good technician. She is. But it got away from her because once she made a couple of mistakes in this, she just lost control. But we saw her in the short program. We saw her in practice sessions. This is a very solid technical skater who just lost the steering wheel a little bit today, or
and
control of the steering wheel.
Of the women that we've seen competing thus far in this event, and obviously this is a seeded draw based on the results of the short program, I do believe Lucca was the first of the skaters to have nailed a triple-triple in the short program. And not only did she land triple-triple cleanly, fully rotated, but she had a positive grade of execution from every one of the 9 judges. So that's the reference point for the quality that she has.
Yeah, and I wouldn't worry, Lucca, about your jumps. I mean, you didn't have a good day today because you're on that course. You're very, very good. Work on the program components and connecting to that music. It's playing there. It's there for a reason. Try to reach out to what does that mean. And as you see some of the great choreographers bringing the soul of the skater out and putting the soul of the skater, matching it with the music. And that's when you get something special. But that's a process, and it doesn't happen overnight. But certainly this skater is very good technically. And as she matures into a performer more with the components, we'll see a lot from her. 77.68. That's 9th in the free program with a total competition score of 127.32. That puts her for the moment into 6th place. Well, there is our next skater, and the Italians in our production room are watching the screen for 17-year-old Chiara Minighini. 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 6th in the Italian Senior Nationals.
Chiara Minighini from Italy, just looking down to see the impact of the ice on her knees thanks to the choreography. It's the same free skate that she used last year with some more refined movement in it, and I just see there are aspects of the program where she has showcased so much improvement. She was absolutely hauling, covering the ice at an incredible speed into the second triple lutz, and here the same for the first triple lutz. Big jumping pass, and she used this middle jump in the sequence, this double axel, use the landing of that to regroup and effectively come out better on the second double axel. That's a big money element there. Look at the speed even here now on the second lutz. And straight into transition, rotating different directions. Just fatigue started to set in, affecting both program components and, of course, that's a rough fault.
Yeah, really awkward. Use the triple loop. She's starting to get a little bit tired near the end of the program, and so she's not exploding off the ice as she was at the beginning. That triple flip was done. Little forward, gets up into double toe loop. Triple saka a little bit later, a little bit better. But the legs are just not as responsive, and you can see that triple toe loop did not take enough air time, so that's under rotated in the system.
And with Chiara now, I just, as I say, I see so much progression and improvement. Her component scores currently are coming in as the low 6s out of 10. In the first two jumping passes, I would have said that her skating skills are worthy of 7s. It's just then managing to get enough run-throughs done to amass the energy to last, because if she can do more and more run-throughs, then 7s on the components will be a lovely boost to the total score, and I believe that she's very capable of that already.
Yeah.
Just run through, run through, run through.
Yep, good point.
I was learning about how Tara Lipinski used to do 3 run-throughs a day of a long, and I'm just thinking that is otherworldly. Most skaters will do 1 full run-through per day, and now I have a reframe perspective, so now I think, oh no, I should have done more, Mark.
Yeah.
Chiara, how many are you going to do?
Oh, you didn't know in those days. I mean, Here we go. 94.36 for Chiara. That's 4th in the free program, with a total competition score of 144.53, and that will move her currently into 3rd place with two groups to come. And there is the leaderboard, top 5 so far this event, and skater from Turkey, Leyla Cetin, is in 4th place at this stage. It's a great result, just 13. She had a great program. We're going to take a break during the ice resurfacing as we look at the standings so far. Mark, what do we have on the video playback list?
Well, stay tuned to see more of our figure skating basics series. And first, we will look at the short program versus the free skate, which is underway currently. And then look back at some of the other jumps that we discussed last year. And I don't know what's coming, but yeah, I know that I was subjected to some airborne skating.
Whoa. Okay, here we go. Enjoy the videos. We'll be back right after this. Welcome to the basics of skating.
And in this episode, we're going to delve into the differences between the short program and the free skate.
In the singles, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. There are 7 elements, 3 jumping passes, 3 spins, and 1 step sequence.
And in the ice dance competition, the short program equivalent is called the rhythm dance. 5 different elements, and this year the theme for the ice dancers is to skate to dance styles from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s.
Let's not forget about the pair discipline as well. You're going to see a throw jump, a lift, side-by-side jumps, side-by-side spins, a death spiral, a lot of elements, very physical and dynamic and risky elements in the pair short program.
The free skates and the free dance for all the disciplines, longer, more elements, and generally immeasurably more exhausting.
No kidding, a long program now, 3.5 minutes for the juniors, 4 minutes for the seniors. In my day, it was 5 minutes, and that was very painful for the viewers, especially watching me.
So that concludes this episode of the Basics of Figure Skating. Stay tuned to find out more.
Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axel, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axel. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the Salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, a little movement on that free leg. There's the Salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axel and the Salchow. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge, and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is an outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off of the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ankara, Turkey. Day number 2, the last event, the last 2 groups of women in the free program. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Henready joining us from the studio in Nottingham. Mark, you had a nice little break, and what did you have to eat? You had, what are those things called?
I had a bumblebee biscuit. My daughter has been baking. It's still the tail end of the school holidays here, and so I was joking with you, Ted, that normally I wouldn't eat cookies, but when your 8-year-old presents one, it would be rude not to.
Oh, I'm a regular cookie monster if I need to. You know, we have a lot of similarities, but eating is not one of them. Because you eat bushes, I eat meat. You know, that's what it is.
Yep.
Anyways, here we go on group number 5. And as the competition begins to heat up here, we've seen some good skating a little earlier, but now we really get into the top 2 groups established after this short program. And it's going to be exciting to see what happens.
We've had a fabulous couple of questions that have come in, Ted, from Emma Ray Diaz, she's explained that she's a playwright and she's doing a sociological research into figure skating as a sport, institution, and art form for the past 3 years. And so a question that how cool is that?
No, that's really cool.
Love it. She said, what is something that you would never want to see change about figure skating?
It's a really good question. There's so many things, but I wouldn't want to see change. I'm just going to use one word here, and then you can figure out what creates that. I wouldn't want to see emotion changed.
Good.
This sport is based on that. However you get that whether it's a quintuple jump, which, you know, people unbelievable, you know, there's all emotional about it, or whether it's a program that makes you want to cry, or whether it's a humor. I don't want to see that, because that's what makes our sport different. And I think in other sports, you have emotion with a win. You know, you have the emotion, of course, in overtime win in hockey and soccer and all that kind of stuff like that. But the emotion I'm talking about is connected to music and to the art form in dance, but it's put onto the ice. So that's the emotion that I'm talking about, not about the win, more about the sport.
You know what? That is such a really brilliant take, Ted, because when I read the question, I immediately thought, I'll refer to what I was going to say, but actually I think you've had more years to think about that, or more years to know that.
Many more years, unfortunately.
Because I was simply going to reference movement to musicality, movement and music, and the combination of the two. However, when I think about my answer to that, movement and music, I know that we've discussed various different ways in which we can support the skaters to have a wider audience, and one of those was to consider jump competitions. But I was a proponent of, well, that would be interesting and good to potentially have jump competitions, but then that would have not been congruous with what I've said about music and movement. But then you've elevated my awareness. Emotion is what we love. A jump competition can still have emotion, because totally. You can get excited, but it wouldn't necessarily have to have the music. So,
but you could have the music not specific to the skater, but you could have the type of music that builds in the arena, like speed skating, short track, or they've got, you know, just driving you crazy. And what's happening is athletes are going around the circle and they have to do the jumps a certain pattern, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that the emotional moment in any sport is great. Ours is just elevated because of the storytelling and of the drama and of the emotion of the song or of the melody with the movement of the choreography. So I would never want to see that, and I don't think it would ever happen. Lots of things can change. Lots of things should change in our sport. But that is the one thing that makes us, to me, the best sport.
Of course. Another question from Emma Ray Diaz is, what is a positive change that you would like to see made in the sport or the skating community?
Well, the skating community, I'm more interested in the fans right now. Not more, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I am very interested in providing, opening the window to our sport in a better way so the fans can understand it, get engaged more with it, be entertained as we take a look at the quad Salchow.
Hello.
Yeah, no problem. And So I think those types of things, and that's one of the things that we're working on here at the Junior Grand Prix, of course. I think that's really, really important. I think this is a very good system for a whole variety of reasons, and people don't know about it. And I think we need to find a way that people can know about it, engage in it. Those who want to, be statistically based, they'll do that, and they'll listen to it and all that. And those that just want to watch the music and the movement, they do that. But we haven't really opened that up yet, and I hope that the organization does. I know they're working on it. So, I don't even know how to answer that question because I rambled on too long. But
it sounded really positive, so I'm down with whatever you just said. It sounded good.
That's because you didn't pay attention. You just say it.
I was formulating my own answer because for me, what a positive change would I like to see made in the sport and in the community? I think too, you said that you're interested in the fans and engagement, and I think that's kind of where I'm at, because if there's increased fan engagement, then there's increased future and interest in the people, and then we can support our community from that perspective.
Yeah.
One of the things I would love to see, or maybe even like to be involved in, is connecting past champions with current skaters, and so I'd love to kind of bring back some more of the past greats to support
this
those
is
now.
One of the greatest sports on planet Earth, and people don't know enough about it to understand that it's one of the great sports. Here we go. Group number 5, representing Latvia, 14-year-old Natasa Jermolicka. And this is her second Junior Grand Prix season, placing 28th in Riga in 2024. She is coached by Ekaterina Platonova.
Natasha will skate to Figlia del Cielo.
Natasa Jermolicka from Latvia just clutching her chest there. I'm sure she's exhausted, having given all she possibly can to that performance in the Junior Grand Prix. And to me, Ted, when I see Natasha's jumping, and then I see the coach, I saw Nikola Fomchenkova from Latvia has the same coach, Ekaterina Platonova, and I don't know what happens in the training rink, but both of these young women have big, lofty jumps, elevated jumps, powerful jumps, and you can see a common denominator, which I really respect. So as a parent, I'd be thinking, oh yeah, I could get some big jumping prowess from my child with that coach at the helm, if that's the consistent. Look at that triple loop into the double axel, airborne, lofty jumping passes, which I love to see.
Yeah, lost control of the landings a little bit later in the program, of course. Just muscling the jumps, or the rotation actually, a bit too much. And we see the ones that are landed, but there were a number that we have 2 falls in the program. One of them is right there on the triple flip. There's a triple Saka a little bit later. Gets it really kind of back to save it. There's a sliding move, which would slide a lot easier after the ice resurfacing.
Yes, no blood on the tights of Natasha. I just would be just seeing if there's time, depending on what availability they have of the ice time in Riga, just maybe half an hour a day, if time permits it, just to more stroking exercises, just to get those basic crossovers, to have more contact with the ice, more down in the knees and the ankles, because the skating skills component score will skyrocket up to match some of the jump content when that's evident.
Well, at the age of 14, still very much in learning the sport and learning the detail and training that detail and gaining confidence. So much happening, and many of these women are around the age of 14. I noticed that as we were going through the bios, but it's a real learning stage, and it's never 100% happy learning stage. You have the down moments, but you need them. Here's the scores. 86.02, that is 6th in the free program, with a total competition score of 137.14. And that'll put Natasha currently into 5th place. And there are your top 5 so far. And the final 2 groups have started. Group number 5 we're on, and our next skater represents Azerbaijan, Arina Kalugina, 14 years old, born in Russia, 14th last year at the Junior Worlds.
They're just simulating the takeoff for what we saw in warm-up, a monstrously huge quadruple salcho. That's going to be an incredibly valuable element should she be successful. That will be the 2nd element in this, the performance to Chocolat and the Queen's Gambit. Arina Kalugina, I mean, she doesn't look 14 years of age, and she looks mature in so many ways, but then you have to still remember that this is just a young 14-year-old who comes into this competition with a huge quadruple salto. That alone is 9.7 points at base value, so she, knowing what she can do, should have come into this event expecting a potential win. And so now what has materialized is unfortunately nowhere close, unfortunately for Arina.
No, but it has its value. Here's the double axel. I was looking at that to see, is this going to be tripled? It will be. It's got good technique on the takeoff. It's not ready yet, but here is the triple salto. She was so anxious, too much adrenaline running through the system as she yanks that left leg back and pushes her body forward, and she has to bail out. And look how dangerous after that takeoff, but she saved it. Here's the triple flip a little bit later on a lean. Going up into the triple toe loop, has to step out of that. And now you have to wonder, with the miss on that quad sow, which she wanted so badly, how much was that affecting the rest of the program? There's the triple S double axel. A little bit later, the triple flip. Again, just swinging the free leg around and not keeping that back nice and straight and strong, and losing control on the landing. Really unfortunate. A good technical skater who did not have a good day, but stay tuned for much more to come from her.
Yeah, I so hope that Arina will be able to deliver that quadruple jump, because you were talking about jumping passes in the warm-up and the excitement and potential jump competitions. I saw that quad in warm-up and it made me excited. It was so impressive, not just because it was 4 rotations cleanly delivered, but because of the height and the length that she did it with. And so that's definitely the strength of Arina Kalugina's skating. Let's hope that she is able to deliver it in what I assume will be another Junior Grand Prix participation.
Yeah, and I think just the patience of the coach and the patience of the skater, but having the desire to do what she's able to do in competition, it's elusive, because this is really, we talked about that, it's, people have no idea how hard this sport is. They really do not know, because unless you've done it, you don't understand the physicality of it and how within a millisecond things can go wrong. The psychological stability gets shaken. You're the only one on the ice. All eyes are on you. Like, there's a lot of things that make this sport difficult, not just from a physical perspective, but also just from a personal and psychological perspective. And, you know, I have such an admiration for the skaters and for the coaches who are coaching the skaters. Yeah, I could go on forever on that.
Yeah, that takes us to then the likes of the coach here, Victoria Volchkova herself. She had huge triple loops. I remember her jumping prowess as well. And
yeah,
so we don't see all of the former champions working with the skaters, but you can definitely see, if I was to guess what the skaters of Victoria Volchkova would be like, they'd have big jumps like
yeah,
does.
There you go. Free program score 103.47. That is second in the free program so far, with a 157.65, as Arina will take over the lead, even with those mistakes, because there was enough good there. And she is currently in the lead, but some really good skaters yet to come. There is our next competitor who represents China, 15-year-old Shiqi Gao. She's 10th after the short program. Had a good season last year, and she'll need a 103.48 to take the lead.
And Shiqi has given huge scores in domestic events. She didn't have the short program she was hoping for, but her quality and class is really evident even in that start position. Shiqi Gao, representing China, struggles through her free skate. And Ted, I'd mentioned the huge scores that she'd received at the Interclub Stage 2 in China. That was on July 16th. I just felt, as we see her teammates cheering her on, that Shiqi was just really struggling to get over her right side in the rotational position. Everything looked, as I said to you, off her discombobulated, not on axis, and thus you could see her having to disconnect from the program. There was a long, long setup for each of the jumps. She mentally tried to regather. Even that triple loop to open the program, tight. She finds her right side in the air.
There's the triple Lutz. That was more organized, up into the triple Tolo, but too far forward, and she had to flip out of that element. And here she comes for triple Salchow, hands above the head, but things are just not fluid and easy. She's strong, she's capable. There's the double axel. Lovely into a nice move, entrance into the spin, and here's another triple Lutz later in the program, and way off. Let that upper body go way too early before the timing of the pick. Ended up in a real disorganized takeoff. The triple flip after this doesn't get all the way around, takes a hard fall. So this is a good skater that's in a big jumper, generally with a lot of momentum, but consistent timing and technique is so important. So we see some of the choreographic portion of the program late.
And you know, here when we see the choreography, even there on that forward outside edge, she's got an elegance there. She could spiral, good split jump, good Ina Bauer. She has all the transitional content to push composition component high, but that on this occasion had to, well, it seems was sacrificed while she tried continually with each of the jumping passes to find that rotational position comfortably. And I could hazard a guess for Shiqi as to why that's happened at this event. Sometimes with skaters at 15 years of age, it's just a tiny bit of growth, and then it just changes the axis point, the core.
It's a really good point, Mark. And I think we don't know how much they've grown, but we know that happens, particularly in juniors. And so you lose a little bit of the coordination and timing, but you get it back once your body settles down and you stop, the growth spurt. So absolutely. It's an adjustment period, a big adjustment period. Let's take a look at the scores for Shiqi. It is 91.02. That is 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 145.20. That will put her currently into 4th place for the moment. Our next skater represents Belgium. 13-year-old Lilou Remeysen started her skating at around 2 years of age. Belgium, national junior champion.
And this free skate set with a Wednesday Addams theme. Seen some of it, I've seen it online. It's an exciting concept delivered with some serious sass.
worry about me, Mother. I do my best work in the dark.
When the sun goes down and the moon comes up, I turn to a teenage Cuba. Now I cruise through the city and I roam the streets. I'm looking for someone that is nice to me. You better die when I show up.
Love is just a history that they may prove, and when you know there's no, I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head. Like Jesus said, I'm gonna dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head. Hands together for you, come before you stand, because
Belgium's Lilou Remeysen completes the free skate. Now, I touched on it before she started. I saw Benoit Richaud, the choreographer, giving a reveal of this piece, and just the videography of that and her commitment to the character Wednesday was brilliant. This program has undoubtedly the potential to be something really hugely entertaining. Just the confidence to have a start position and to hold an eye stare at the judges like that tells you that Lilou and the team behind her are willing to be different, bold, remembered, and I'm here for it too. We just have to acknowledge though that it doesn't sing when there are mistakes on the tech score, so watch out. I want to see it again.
Yeah, it's early in the season, and mixing a character piece like this to that degree that it's choreographed and costumed, you know, is maybe a little bit more difficult to do all these difficult elements at the same time. It will come together, and when it does, wow, there's going to be an explosion of points with this program. And she had a pretty good start, good stretch on the free leg, and nice and soft at the knees. And then ran into some trouble a little bit later in the program, right there in the triple Salchow. Legs got tangled up in the air, downgraded, and takes the fall. Here's the triple Lutz, and too far back on the heel there. So all of a sudden, the program gets broken a little bit because of that, but that's okay. This is going to be a year-long project. Triple flip later in the program, double axel, patience, another double axel, gets it done. So this is going to be, a good 6-month process for this program technically and creatively to come together, in my opinion.
And it's interesting to consider the different approaches from the different teams, because Lilou here is giving me content with her mom, her coach, the choreographer Benoit. They're giving content that wants to be on the world stage. It's so interesting and entertaining. But at what time delivery do you give? Because the current leader, Arina Kalugina, has already quad jumps ready and willing to go. So it's kind of, which approach do you take?
There's a 95.46 for the free program with a 149.78. That will put Lilou currently into third place. I think it's a bold choice. I think it's a great choice. I think she's halfway there, 3/4 the way there. When it comes together, that's going to be fun. Stick with it. You're on your way. Our next competitor is from France, 15-year-old Stefania Gladki. Last year, a great season, Junior Grand Prix final, and a 5th place at the World Championships, Junior World Championships.
Stefania will skate to the Romeo and Juliet by Nino Rota. Well, France's Stefania Gladki had a nightmare final element in this short program with a fall on the change foot combination spin, and that's why she finds herself in this position after the short program. But here seems to be an example of one of two things: either a skater who was incredibly well prepared for this event and would have delivered a performance like this anyway, or a skater who was eager to make sure she did everything she could to make the Grand Prix final again and claw back up onto the podium, because she laid down a skate.
And I feel more mature than last season's program, which was really great as well. But I love the flow, both in the music and in the movement throughout this program. As we see a nice triple loop, and she was determined. Let's look at here, 2 jumps on the quarter and 1 under rotated. But for the most part, a pretty tidy program and well presented.
And the big difference is we see this triple loop, triple toe. Yep, that with Stefania, not so much at the latter stage of the program as we see the second lutz, Euler, triple salchow, but the transitional entry end there, change of edge, back 3 turn, body movement with the arms. The content in the composition component was much greater than that which we've seen so far. There was always interspersing the element, so just pushing that component, the transitional between the elements, as we see split jump knee side and no blood on the knee.
Yes.
And
great
Stefania
job.
she finds herself 6 points off 3rd place. Last year she had a bronze and a silver on the Junior Grand Prix to help her make that top 6 for the final. She somewhat has to be dependent upon others as she shapes her heart with her coach.
I think she did a great job to start this season, and it's only going to get better from here. Let's take a look at the scores for the free program. 115.62. That is clearly first, with a total competition score of 173.74. Puts her in first place. That might be enough. We don't know what's going to happen, what's coming up. But that point total might help her climb up pretty close to the podium. We'll have to find out. We will find out over the next little while. And she's got a big smile on her face. Well deserved. Our next skater represents the United States of America. Sofia Bezkorovainaya, 7th after the short program. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
She was the final competitor in the short program, and she performed quite brilliantly there. Now skating to the Moonlight Sonata. Sofia Bezkorovainaya from the United States of America. She skated this free skate, this music, at the Junior Nationals in America and then flew home, and her coach stayed for the camp and tragically lost her life in that awful flight. And now Sofia stays connected to Volyanskaya, her coach, through this performance that she's continuing to use this season, and the way that Sofia has conducted herself in this event, despite all the tragedy that she's faced and of those that she's lost. It's just so impressive and mature.
You can see the double axel here. Free leg back, triple toe loop. And that is, yeah, it's clean in the system. There's the triple flip. Double toe, no problem. 5 elements under review. There's the triple loop. That looked good. Nice stretch on the landing. And triple Lutz a little bit later in the program. And you were commenting off air about the free leg open wide on the checkout, which is
I just noticed the below the knee, the rotation position towards the last, or for the landing, and I noticed it in Lucius Kazanecki, and I see it a little bit in Ilya Malin. There's just this little almost wrap at the end of the jump, just I presume and guess to help the skater to stay totally committed to the right side and the right landing. And it's just interesting to see technique that's obviously working very well for these American skaters who have those wonderful coaches at the helm, Tatiana Malinina and Roman Skorniakov. I love to see technique developments and technique changes, and it's always interesting to see when you can see a jump technique or a skating style and you can see the coach as a common denominator. And Mr. Skorniakov is obviously incredibly successful at his job alongside his wife, Tatiana.
He's such a nice man. Such a nice man. Caring about the kids and soft-spoken, but when he speaks, you listen.
Also, what is it with these coaches? I had to do a Google check yesterday to check. When these coaches competed, that was back in the 90s. How come they still look preserved as the age that they were? Like,
it's called an ice rink. It's called an ice rink, okay? It's like putting your body on ice to preserve it.
Yeah. I don't think I'm preserving as well as these guys. Well done to them.
Oh no, what are you talking about? You're always on the ice. I mean, you're going to fall apart in the next year or so. Don't worry. Now that you're off the ice,
Shattered into tiny pieces.
Yeah.
And now it was interesting. I was assuming that Stefania Gladki would, rocket up the rankings with the amazing skate that she delivered, but Sofia's just gone out and laid down a similarly brilliant skate. So it's going to be a tight competition. Yeah,
the depth, the quality of the depth of women's skating is really exciting. You don't know what's going to happen from one day to the other. The top group separates themselves a little bit, that's for sure. 114.24 for the free program, that's second. The total competition score of 173.50. Good score, and that puts Sofia currently into second place overall. And there are 6 skaters to come. Ooh. We'll see how that stands up. Look at that, 173.74, 173.50. Essentially a tie. And so it kind of should have been. Both skaters had a great performance. And here they come, the final group, as we take a look at the standings so far in the competition. The final 6 take to the ice. When you're in that last group, it's a bit of a different feel, isn't it, Mark? You're going, I mean, you shouldn't put that, you shouldn't think to yourself, you say, hey, I'm within reach of the podium. I'm in the final group. All eyes are on us, right? So you wonder how that works on, sometimes it'll motivate people, sometimes it might scare them.
Yeah, it is, so true. The final warm-up group, I remember, we were joking earlier on about talking about commentators and their catchphrases, but I remember when I was learning skating and I was studying the videos repeatedly of the World Championships in the early noughties, and that would be a big thing. Do they make the final group? Now, there used to be a preconceived idea then that, if you made the final group, your your marks would lift up. There'd be a correlation between final group skater and higher marks. That, I don't think, is, you can't say that now when you see the likes of Adam Xiao-Hemfa from France going from 19th in a short program to 3rd overall. That doesn't quite count. But I think there's a psychological pride for the skaters.
Yeah,
made the top.
and that's what I meant. I don't think it has any relevance to the competition of the judges or whatever. I do think it can impact the skater about their pride of being there and excitement, and it could be positive adrenaline or fear. Wow, I'm in the final group, I have a chance to, and then they overthink and lose their focus on what they're supposed to do. But I'm only sort of speculating on that. But I think it's a little bit true.
And also, the other benefit for these skaters is you make final group, you have later practice in the mornings.
Yeah, that's nice.
Other questions coming in, Ted. Again, it's great to hear that there are those that are appreciating and enjoying the commentary, and we're so grateful that you've joined us for this, and so grateful that you will now hopefully connect with these athletes on the ice. So lovely to hear the lovely comments, and there are quite a few of them that have praised what they hear. But our greatest passion is that you then connect with the skaters on the ice. We have to be the voice for them, and they are marvelous athletes that we hope you will follow right through the junior and senior ranks.
Well said. And our job simply is to communicate what we're watching and what you are watching, which is an honor and a responsibility. They're the stars of the show, and they are doing a brilliant job on the ice, and the coaches as well. And you know what? They're mom and dads. They're mom and dads. What the parents go through, and the brothers and sisters as well, is remarkable to watch one of their family members maybe get all the attention, maybe get all the effort. I don't know, but you stick together as a family and support your siblings and support the family, and it's incredible journey what these families go through. And I always want to do a shout out to the mom and dad who might be at home 1,000 miles away watching their kids skate in a foreign country on a special moment.
We got their back. Yep. Interesting, Ted, also to hear in answer to the question that you posed about who would be interested to hear what you now have the amazing access to, the listening into the technical panel. And I've had people suggesting that that's all well and good, but they're interested also to know about the program component scores. And we discussed this a little bit earlier on in this women's competition. The second mark, the program component scores, and we gave kind of a brief synopsis earlier on in the competition as to what those three component scores comprise of from the judges. I think it's important to note here that the skating skills component scores, we see Leandra hitting big triple lutz, triple toe, that's the final component score given by the judges, but that is, I think, a little bit weighted. You see the judges are able to perceive that earlier in a performance, and that skating skill, the criteria for the judges in regard to that is about flow, power and speed, glide, and a variety of edges, steps and turns. And so when we look at this warm-up group now, having seen 29 other women competing in the short program, you can see, yes, there are triple triples like Leandra has just delivered, and there's more comfort perhaps and confidence in their jumping, but also even just here, even Sophie just stroking around, she's not fully, going well, she's probably going to quad salto now. Yeah, of course she is.
Yeah.
But even there, when she's casually entering into the quad salto, there is a flow and a glide across the ice that was greater than that which we saw in those earlier groups. So the quad salto, that's got 9.7 points, but the skating skill, flow and glide will also carry more weight than that which we've seen.
Okay. Did you answer that question?
I could just talk about components for hours and hours and hours.
Well, it's good, but the difficulty about talking about it is they can't hear it. You're not going to hear the judge, and you're not going to see the judge apply it. You're not going to question the judge on how you got to that score, because there's specific criteria, and what you're talking about is that specific criteria. And those are words, and that's where video can really help, to show what the criteria is in the English language, match with the photos or the video that relates to that criteria. And it happens so quickly in competition, it's hard, and we don't comment during the program, so thank goodness. So it's hard.
Interesting to also consider then the presentation, the composition, the other components, because sometimes when it comes to presentation, how the program is performed, that's when being on site, I think, could probably make deviations in the component score that I would give off-site, because how the program comes across on-site can have a different energy. And sometimes I think that, when we reference those performances of the greats in the past, maybe, like a Sarah Hughes at the 2002 Olympics, or Tara Lipinski over Michelle Kwan in the 98 Olympics, that's when the performance on site, judges were compelled to go with a skater that maybe wasn't the textbook skater, but the performance of the night, you know, that's rewarded in the presentation.
Okay, here we go. The final group. Medals will be earned. Points will be given. And here we go. Our first skater represents Estonia, Maria Elise Kaljujver, 16 years old. She is the Estonian senior bronze medalist.
And Maria performed in the short program. She was the third to skate of the 35 women, and I thought she was superb. Real quality, and hoping that the free skate to Mon Dieu by Patricia Cass is equally brilliant.
Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu, c'est de moi encore un peu, mon amoureux. Le temps de s'adorer, de se le dire. Le temps de se fabriquer des souvenirs. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu, laissez-moi encore un peu, mon amoureux. C'est moi, toi, moi, deux mois. Laissez-le-moi pour seulement un mois. Le temps de commencer ou de finir. Le temps d'illuminer ou de souffrir. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Même si j'ai tort, laissez-le-moi un peu. Même si j'ai tort, laissez-le-moi
And the Edith Piaf voice about the tragic loss of a beloved one was evident in the storytelling from Maria Elise Kaljujver from Estonia. We were just commenting about the connection that she had with the music. And as I say, her short program was just so committed and strong, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it. And because we've connected with these athletes now, having seen them on the Junior Grand Prix for what is now the third season, I'm everything crossed for their success. Short program, brilliant. Free skate, potentially brilliant. Beautiful storytelling, connection and commitment to the story. Just a few too many mistakes potentially with those behind her. I'm not sure. I mean, look at that. Gorgeous.
Triple flip a little bit outside the circle. And here we see triple salchow, nice soft knees on the landing. She's really elegant in every piece of her choreography and program. Soft knees on the takeoff and the landing. That's under-rotated or downgraded really on that second jump and the combination. But you can see the abilities. That triple flip, it's a beauty. Double axel, double toe. A nice triple loop a little bit later. So all the ingredients are there. Class, style, sensitivity to the music, good jumps, some mistakes today, which will be a little costly. But what a wonderful skater.
Yeah, actually, Ted, upon review, really looking back at this, I think it's maybe because we've just seen clean skates from Stefania and Sofia, who are first and second at present. But actually, upon review for Maria, there weren't huge mistakes. There weren't maybe the running edges that she would have liked. When you see the opening triple lutz quality, where she's got a real boost in the grade of execution, the subsequent jumping passes, apart from the loop toe, there weren't many major visible mistakes. It's just her quality is potentially so great.
Yeah, and she won't be far off the score.
Yeah, actually, I think she might still, based on the PCS score.
We'll see what happens here, but lovely skater. Let's take a look at the scores for Maria Elise. 113.53. That is third in the free program with a little nod of the head. That's not too bad with the 175.23 now. Now the nod is different. It's up and down going, yeah, that's okay. I'm in first. That's nice.
And, last year, 7th and 14th, the year before 9th and 10th. Great to see her now.
Yeah.
Going to be 5th at a Junior Grand Prix at least.
And she earns it. She's a lovely skater.
Yeah.
All right, next competitor represents Korea, 16-year-old Yujae Kim. Had a good season last year, winning bronze on the Junior Grand Prix. And her sister sitting at home, watching and praying, hoping for her sister.
Will you see what it means to Yujae Kim? We've seen her on the Grand Prix. This is now the 4th season on the Grand Prix for Yujae Kim, and you can see how still a skater that's passionately committed to still presenting herself and her nation and the family so well, and even maybe speaking up for her sister, who will be disappointed to have found herself 5th at last week's event in Riga. And I think that this is the best I've ever seen Yujae Kim.
I would agree. Yeah, this is the best I've seen her skate.
Love that opening pivot, change direction.
Here's the triple axel. Let's slow it right down. Watch the landing. It is clean in the system. It was given. That was awesome. Here's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop right off to that. Good flow between both jumps. And there was only one element that was reviewed. That's a clean program, triple flip.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, I'm glad you caught that too. That's good. And you know, the team behind Yujae and Yusong, as we see triple lutz and the double axel, they've done such a brilliant job. And we were talking about how there's obviously so many different techniques within this group here. The triple salchow. In addition to Hyung Choi, the coach, Misha Ji and Yeji Shin have done brilliant jobs, and that's what I see is the progression this year, is the commitment to more of the choreography. It's that now for me, just the last detail. I feel like now Yujae is comfortably in the 7s in the components. Just want to deepen the edge set so that the brilliant choreography and the brilliant transitions are taken on deeper edges, because that's the next layer of development. There's constantly got to be more.
Wow, this is going to be a pretty big score. Her personal best is 129.65 from last season. And this is a 133.58, a gasp of, oh my gosh, comes from the coach and the skater, 196.10. Yujae Kim takes the lead in a big way.
Well deserved.
Snoopy's happy.
Yeah. There is our next skater representing Switzerland, Leandra Tzimpoukoukis, 16 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. Good results last year.
And again, as we see through this amazing competition, different techniques, different schools of training, and Leandra already has her own stylization, her own storytelling. She skates to Zombie by Ghostly Kisses.
The violence calls
Leandra Tzimpoukoukis from Switzerland. I think a kind of uncharacteristic free skate for Leandra. I think she's normally very, very consistent, but had a mistake in the spin, testament to perhaps some nerves that she understandably had. But Ted, I don't think I know any skater like Leandra. Normally I could kind of box type skaters into being similar or akin to others. Leandra is passionate, strong and powerful. She's just her own skater, and it's great to see that unique take.
Yeah, absolutely. And she is a powerhouse really on the ice. The speed and the explosion off the ice up into the air, but forward on that landing. And that's the other thing I love about the sport, is that each individual personality and style, and they're free, and we want them to be who they are, and that's why fans have different favorite skaters. Oh, look at that back knee slide.
And even when I watch Leandra back, she doesn't have huge range of movement. I don't think she's as flexible as so many of the other skaters that we see. And strong is the word, I think. But then, apart from this section of the program, choreographed by Artem Fedorchenko, she had actually a real softness to the arm movements. Even the step out of the triple Lutz triple toe, she kind of disguised it with a delicate elegance there. So she's yeah, multifaceted. But multifaceted, but probably disappointed, because she may have just heard 133 points being assigned to Yujae Kim, the current leader, and maybe that played into her mindset.
Yeah, it's not easy when you're standing out there, and you might have, was her eye set on podium, or was it set on the team program? Which one came first? And then you hear that score and you go, whoa, I don't know if I can ever get that score. So that's.
But interestingly,
so I was going to say that's
Leandra actually worked with.
Sorry, I got to say that's the that's the external environment in which you can't practice in your rink, in your training rink. You only get that in the competitive arena. Scores and audience and different lights and TV and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Mark. Oh, here we go.
No, so true, so true. Perfectly said.
Let's see the free program score for Leandra. 113.12. That is fifth in the free program with a total competition score of 176.34. That's a good score. That puts her for the moment into second place, with 3 skaters to come. Well, there she is, currently in third place after the short program, 17-year-old Haruna Murakami. Competed at the Junior Grand Prix in 2023, earning a silver medal. And here she's fighting for another.
Haruna will skate to music from the Titanic soundtrack by James Horner.
So you want to go to a real party?
Well, Haruna Murakami giving it her absolute all, and apparently Mia Hamada was explaining that Haruna had a strong desire to skate to this music, and she connected then with choreographer Caitlin Weaver, and it's great to see a skater invested, but I hadn't appreciated, when I see Titanic soundtrack, I just think of the Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On aspect, but great to hear the Kaylee, and she really is a storyteller, and it was great to see her versatility in performance within that piece of choreography, and I'm grateful for the reminder of what good music there is to the Titanic soundtrack.
Yeah, great choice of music, great choreography, really well delivered here too. She knew she was in striking range. There's the triple Lutz right off the top of the program. Great speed up in the triple Salchow, reload triple toe loop. That was clean. Triple flip a little bit later. And she was really focused on staying centered in the air. Triple Sal, triple toe. And just nailing everything in the top of this program, and no major mistakes. Just squeaks that free leg out on the triple loop.
And interestingly, the dress was inspired by her choreographer's short dance dress from 10 years ago in 2015. And it's kind of cool that the skaters who, obviously, you know, Caitlin Weaver's doing an incredible job with choreography at junior and senior level, but cool that you've got a choreographer who you can, you know, watch on YouTube and be inspired by their couture as well as their skating.
Yeah. I think she's having a good time in the kiss and cry with that great skate. Her personal best before was 105.71. That was her personal best. But on this day, it's a 122.10. And they look pretty happy with that. That puts her in second place with a 186.22 total score for the competition. Great skate.
And we must say happy birthday to Haruna. She turns 17 tomorrow, so
happy
many
birthday.
congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations on a great program and a great skate here. There is our next competitor, also representing Japan. 15-year-old Mayuko Oka, brand new to the Junior Grand Prix. What a skater. She's essentially tied with the leader. She needs a 128.08 to take the lead.
Her short program was just beautiful. Now skating to some Bright Morning and Other Song.
When this life
Japan's Mayuko Oka. Just, you can see the brain working at 100 miles an hour just to process what did just take place. How is this going to feature and factor? And this is a new skater to the Junior Grand Prix, and it's scarcely credible to consider that the same kind of thing happened last week when we had new skaters from Japan taking title or taking medals on the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, interesting program, and some beautiful choreography, no question. Take a look at some of the elements, and she knew the scores of the skaters before her. Here's this triple Lutz, a little bit lower, but huge triple toe at the back end. That was beautiful. And the triple axel I thought was pretty good mechanically taking off, but under-rotated, downgraded, no, just under-rotated and had to take the fall. The feet got all caught up together. Triple flip and then the triple loop.
That pivot was cool.
It's a lovely skater and a lovely program, and now it's up to the judges to, the technical panel do their thing. Now it's up to the judges to look at all the criteria, the program components, and put their numbers in. We'll see where that ends up. She will need a 128.08 to take the lead.
And incidentally, Mayuko Oka, her fundamental skating skills, the flow she has is better than Yujae Kim. Technically, there obviously were mistakes. There wasn't a triple axel the way that Yujae Kim did have, but the second mark, the component scores based on the ice coverage, will probably go in favor of Oka over Kim.
And we don't have a personal best score for her, obviously, because she hasn't been on the series from last year or this season, obviously. But we will get one coming up now.
And it kind of sets the precedent for what will be the Japanese women's event for Junior World Championships. Mao Shimada, we assume, will take one of those coveted 3 spots, but the competition within Japan for other spots to represent the nation at Junior Worlds is so fiercely contested, and that is probably a huge catalyst to the progress and the improvements that the skaters are making, and part of the reason we see skaters like Mayuko Oka seemingly bursting onto the international scene with this brilliance, but they have to be brilliant to get out.
Free program scores 131.14. That is second in the free program, but total competition score 199.17. That will put Mayuko currently into first place with one skater to come. It was close. It was close. Just about 3 points difference. And Yujae Kim had a fantastic program as well. And here is the leader after the short program. She has the quads out and the triple axels. We'll see what unfolds in this one. Sophie Jolene von Felten, 16 years old, representing the United States of America.
And there's been so much excitement about Sophie skating because of the technical prowess that she's showcased, both in competition and online over the past couple of seasons. Now wanting to become an artist as well as technician as she skates Pimmpida. Sophie Jolene von Felten from the United States of America closes the women's free skate, and there's been, as I said, I think before the performance, there's been so much excitement as her teammates cheer her on about this young woman. The fact that America had a woman with quad jumps. She also landed quadruple flip, not just the salto in practice, but she has still to find her consistency. We saw last year she won one Junior Grand Prix, and then she was 13th at another. So there's still this struggle to find the form, because when she's on, we can see she's got the goods to be technically triumphant. As we look at the quadruple salto.
And she's working hard on the PCs as well, and she's just working on that this season to a pretty high degree. And the technical elements, when they go wrong, they suck the energy out of the performance to a certain degree for everyone. And this was a tough skate for this very talented young woman.
Yeah, and as we look at the 3-jump combo, just all these little step outs have to adversely affect the grades of execution. It'll be interesting to see how it all plays there. I'd reviewed the rotation on that triple flip as well. So it remains to be seen how this is going to play out. But she had the excitement and the traction online because of the quad jumps, but now she's working with the theatre on ice. That was a suggestion of her mother after Junior Worlds, that to help the presentation. She's working with the ice dance coaches of her friend Hannah Maria Aboyan, one of the Team USA ice dancers. Her coaches Melissa Gregory and Denis Pechikov, to work the skating skills. So there's a conscientious effort to take on board the need to work those components, because we know she's got the good tip.
And she needs the time. She's doing the right things, and it's in the process of competition and training and trying to improve your PCs. And it's not all going to be perfect. So absolutely doing the right thing. She's a really strong skater. It was not a good night for her. Not the night she won.
And so now the gold, after the skates that we have seen, the gold likely to have slipped from the hands of Sophie Jolene, but will she have done enough to maintain a podium place?
Yeah. She would need a 118.06 to stay on the podium.
And will that base value of the high elements, 2 triple axels, 1 quadruple jump, first 3 elements for Sophie, she's looking at nearly 30 points when that's done correctly. Wasn't obviously as she would like and as she's capable of, but that base value is heavy. And so she has some kind of buffer there. It's all the maths of the sport now.
The numbers are very, very tight. See what this comes out as they anxiously wait to see those numbers. Probably know that the title is disappeared for the moment, and looking to stay on the podium and have that shot of the Junior Grand Prix final and come up with another Junior Grand Prix event and demonstrate and show what she's capable of.
I think that was the thing last year. She was only assigned 1 Junior Grand Prix. She won it, so then there's a bit of a scramble to get her a second one to potentially make the final. She was then assigned Wuji and then 13th place there. So hopefully, just with more events, maybe Sophie Jolene will just increase the self-belief. Every event that she goes out at, we can shout out and speak about this young woman's not just potential, but the reality of the quality that she has, particularly because of those quad jumps.
Yeah, it was an interesting last year, winning that first one, and then having the travel scheduled to get her to Wuji was just really insane. And when she got there, I think, it was overwhelming what happened in such a short period of time. 1:18.75, and that is 4th in the free program, but it's a 186.92 as she grabs the bronze. There you go, double fist pump, and ever so close. And she's got the points. She's got the points. She's got 11 points for that. Yeah, good for her. Not
great to see that reaction.
Not her night, but she's a great skater and a great future. Well, that concludes the coverage of the women's free program as the medals get set to be delivered to the podium winners. And there is a look at the final standings for this event. We hope you'll join us tomorrow for the free dance and the men's free, the final 2 events on day 3 in week 2. For all of us here at the ISU Mark Hanratty, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. We hope that you will join us tomorrow. Good night, everyone.